There you go. Did you actually boot Twitch up properly, stream? Twitch? Something, anything? Okay, there we go. There's some video. Okay, that was weird. The Tide people, man. They're coming for me. They attacked my internet. Elon Musk, thank you for protecting me with Starlink. So the Tide Pod people don't know where I am. No, I think it was just the game. I think the game probably queued something and that got a bit bound up in the internet. And then it spazzed. Let's see if we can get this to start up successfully. And then go starve a dinosaur. Oh wait, I still have a crocodile that's alive. He might not be he might be big enough to not be super starvable. I don't know, that game's kind of crazy. Different dinosaurs, like as they grow, they're like, I don't know what you would call it, the rates at which like things deplete and stuff change. So like the Herrerasauruses, they seem to start out like insane metabolism at first, like starve to death in 5 minutes damn near. And like the crocs seem to be a bit more stable when they're little, and I think they like gear up in the rate of consumption, and then when they're big they're hard to keep fed. I think the same goes for some of the other big dinosaurs too. Yeah, Prime, somebody explained it to me the other night. When you load in and you open up the tab screen, there's that little information page where it tells you like how big you are and all that kind of stuff. Well, in that page, there's like a list of recommended things that whatever that your dinosaur prefers. I don't really Did somebody eat my crocodile? I think somebody ate my crocodile. That's not fun. That's unfortunate. I just know that someone explained the Prime stuff to me, and I guess if you do all of it, oh, thank you for the heads up. Streamlabs, you wanna see things? Thank you. Where is the aisle? That one, blue screen. My crocodile died, so I guess I'm gonna be this Ceratosaurus thing because it can eat rotten meat. And being that I'll be by myself, I kind of expect it to be a little bit more difficult. So being able to eat rotten meat will be a boon. I don't know what happened to my crocodile. Maybe it starved. What is going on with my camera? What? Okay, I guess I was just way too zoomed in. All right. The messed up part, I made sure it was like fed, and then I logged out properly, like let it go to sleep somewhere safe. And I mean, maybe it starved. I don't know. I don't know if they starve while you're offline. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. Shots fired. I don't know what happened. It didn't tell me. Now that I think about it, it just said that I had a crocodile on the server. This is US 10, right? I don't even know. Is this? I don't know what server this is. I assume it's US 10. That's what I was trying to join because that's where the croc was, but maybe I clicked the wrong thing. Shit. Now I don't know. Now I need to know because, like, no. Status report, no. Okay, yeah, nothing says what server I'm on. I guess the only way I can check would be go here and check US 10, and if it shows whatever that was, Sarah something, then yeah, the crocodile died. And that's super unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah, the crocodile died. Oh, I didn't look at this. It tells me right here, safe stuff. I don't know what the percentage means, but something. Hopefully it doesn't mean I'm only 15% safe. Just load in like, yeah, we rolled the dice and 85% said you weren't safe, so you're dead now. I'm you. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. The game is still early access, I think, because it went through a weird rough, like, early development. Like, it was going well and it came out, and the version that came out was kind of, I don't know what reason they decided to like run a different branch, but they stopped development of what used to be the main line of the game, and they switched to what they call the Evrima branch, and that's this one, which they're still developing, so like that's cool, and the dinosaurs and stuff seem to be a bit better in this branch, but I don't remember why they switched branch. And yeah, losing I mean, to be fair, I think mine was at around 1,000 pounds or something, but yeah, well, it happened. It happened. May have had something to do with where I logged out at. Yeah, I don't. I could speculate, but yeah, it's not really worth much. Seriously, I don't smell anything. No rotting meat, no nothing. I don't hear nothing. I'm already half starved. Wait, I heard that. Why is the audio all like flickery? What's that about? Why are you tweaking? Something's using more resources than it should. It's almost certainly a Windows process because they're all shitty.
To meet you. I'm Perk60 Wolf. Don't forget to follow.
Tell me what's using all the resources. Okay. Hold on. Wait a minute. What did that say? Indeed, indeed. All Why is CPU activity throttling? Overclock should be stable. CPU fluctuating. Reduce heat. No, something's just bugging. Something in here that doesn't need to be running. I think it's just Streamlabs being buggy. What is that process? Why is OBS like so heavy loaded? Huh. Oh, looks like it's stabilizing. Still a little flickery in the audio, but oh yeah, the nighttime in this game is insane. Like it's so bad. Even with the like funny dinosaur night vision, it's still super bad. Right? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Something around here. That's a big fence. That's a cliff. Okay, yeah, no, avoid the cliff. The cliff will kill us. I mean, starvation's gonna kill us anyways, but cliff will do it faster. Hmm. Mm-hmm. I need to get down and out of this forest. Broken leg territory, 100%, man. Now that is so brutal. Like, just just cripple your dinosaur and watch it hobble. Like, oh, soul crushing. Because you know it's not gonna catch nothing. Like, especially if it's like half starved when you do it. That's basically game over. Like, damn, nature, you scary. It's like nature don't care. Nature's just like, oh, you're hungry right now? Well, you just broke your ankle. So good luck. No, 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 don't do that. Nature don't care. Nature, no empathy. I just mean like the logic of it. Like just the, you know what I mean? Like it's just a baby. I mean, it's totally pixelated, but like in the spirit of immersion, if it were real, that's a really fucked way to go. It's like being super hungry and you break your leg, like, damn. Bro, the Jurassic Park movies are great. It's just such a cool idea. And I guess supposedly there are actually now some companies that are kind of gearing up to do the Jurassic Park thing. Like, I know there's a Dutch genetic company that they're working on restoring the dodo, because, you know, the Dutch are arguably the ones responsible for it going extinct. So I guess they feel a certain level of accountability for the dodo's extinction. Right, yeah, that was my thought. Like, if you're gonna do stuff like that, maybe, yeah, start with, like, dodos and things that aren't going to, like, eat people. Bambi kicked me. I mean, so would I. But see, is that stupidity or is that confidence that you think you'd be able to survive more or less? Because, you know, I mean, at the core, they're just an animal. They're not the most intelligent thing in the world. Like, I think I could do okay and, you know, trick a dinosaur. Maybe not forever. Yeah, you know what I mean? Some of them I figure are fairly easy to outrun or outmaneuver. And yeah, you know, just the normal application of human intelligence. Would it be a glamorous life? Absolutely not. But, like, I think I could make it. Mainly because, like, a lot of the shit that they even did in the movie, they'd be like, all right, yeah, we need you to go out there and do this. Absolutely not. Just get impaled on the thagomizer, which is actually the scientific term for its spiky tail. The thagomizer. I forget how it came about. It was oh no, I remember how it came about. I don't remember what comic strip it was though. But it was yeah, the guy who made the comic strip, he like randomly named it, and then like the science people realized they had never actually named it. So then they were just like, yeah, as good as any name, I guess. And now it's the thagomizer. Like, that's great, bro. Like, it's stuff like that about humans that is just like always so awesome. It's like, you know what I mean? Super serious people, scientists, archaeologists. Some guy makes a comic and they're like, you know, we actually didn't name it. Yeah, use his. It's it sounds good. Got a good twang to it or something like. That lighthearted nature of people is like the coolest thing, I think. You know what I mean? Like they'll be excavating ancient ruins and like up in the top corner of a temple somewhere no one would ever see, somebody carved in like, you know, Euclides was here or something. Like I think that kind of stuff is super cool.
Easy.
Like, you know what I mean? You find burials from, you know, thousands of years ago, and it's like somebody's heartfelt goodbye to their dog. Like, built a whole ass chamber. Like, it's all about like their dog passed away. So, like, you know, modern people like to think of ourselves as so much more refined and civilized. Like, no. We're the same. We're the same people. We just have thicker books now. That's all that's changed. If you went back to then with the same books that we have now, and you ran them through the same regimen of education we go through now, they'd be just as capable as anyone else. I'd argue they were probably more capable. You had a lot more natural selection back then. Right? Yeah, exactly. Like the to look down on people because, well, we know more than they did. Like, well, yeah, you've had an extra 2,000 years to like pile up information. Yeah. Shocking. Having time allows you to find more information. Oh, I don't know, man. Yeah, you get it. It's just. I don't even know how to explain it. It's like people are just blind to the world. Yeah, you know what I mean? And like Joe Biden said, the biggest problem during the Revolutionary War was not enough airport or something like that. I don't remember what that man said. I could never keep on that fucking track, man. That dude be switching lanes like a drunk at 2 a.m. Fuck around and smash 8 sentences together and only use 5 words. But no, he actually said that though. Something about a problem with, I swear it was the Revolutionary War or the Civil War. Either way, it was a war in which planes did not even exist. And apparently, in his opinion, the problem with that particular incident was not enough airports. Because, you know, I guess the all 0 of the country's planes at the time needed way more airport support in order to operate, I guess. I mean, you know, I'll give Joe Biden one thing. He was definitely the comedy president. Like, more comedy came out of that man's presidency than anything else. And I would still argue he's not the worst president. Like, there was Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter was horrible. That, and honestly, in my opinion, I don't even think Joe Biden was the president. I mean, like, he was at, you know, face value and stuff, but hell, half the time he was referring to himself, it didn't even seem like he knew he was president. Man's going around calling himself the vice president and stuff, and senator. It's like, sir, you're the leader of the free world. You were elected as president. No one's quite sure how, but we've all begrudgingly accepted it at this point. Do you know that you're president? Like, I feel like that's a valid question. And, you know, you'd think it shouldn't be a valid question that we should ever have to ask our sitting president, but, like, I feel like somebody probably should have asked him. Like, sir, do you know what position you're currently filling for the country? And then just like let him name it. And then if it was anything other than president, just like agree with him. Be like, yeah, that's right, buddy. Good job. Your office is over here. And then just like put a placard with his name on it on like one of the broom closets and like put a chair in there and like, you know, one of those spinning mobile overhead things, maybe a large ring of plastic keys for him to chew on. He'd been fine. Check in on him every couple of hours, bring him food and water, you know. But no, like low key, I feel bad for him. Like his fucking wife just parading him out there to make a fool of himself. And then like afterwards, they're like, oh, he's got brain cancer. And it's like, you know, that actually kind of explains a lot of it. Like, I don't know why you guys swore up and down that he was in perfect health the entire time just to be like, oh, yeah, he's actually got brain cancer like a week after the election. That's fucked up, bro. Like, in my opinion, that's elder abuse. Like, everything they did to that man, his wife, his kids, like, that's abuse, in my opinion. I don't think he knew where he was. I think they abused his, I guess we'll call it political legacy, to eschew him into that position so it could be abused. And I think that's fucked up. I think his fucking wife should be held accountable because that's fucked up, bro. Yeah, they just let him carry on making a fool of himself. Fucking, like, bro, this man's in his 80s. He should have just been like at home enjoying his retirement and like his Corvette and shit. Like, I don't even like the guy. I think he was a shitty politician the whole time, but like, I don't mean you can do him like that. Damn, bro, you can't just do that to people. Exactly, bro. They pushed him into the chair and then they rode it all the way to the end while just destroying any hint of a political legacy he may have ever put together in the 50 years he was there. In 4 years they undid all of it and just turned him into a complete and total laughingstock. Like, that's fucked up. And then even more fucked up, he pardoned them all with fucking blanket pardons, no less. So like, you couldn't even come after him for elder abuse because he pardoned them for anything they may have done between this date and this date, which unfortunately covers all the elder abuse. That's assuming he even signed the pardons, which I don't really know if he did. I don't know. It's all crazy, man. It's all crazy. Oh, that shit fucked up. I got some pity for the man. Like, he's still a human being. Fucking monsters. And like, isn't his wife supposed to be like a nurse or something like that too? Like, the whole thing just, like, every layer of that particular onion, man, it just gets worse and worse the deeper you get. Like, I'm pretty sure his wife was a nurse, so like, she should have known better. Like, you know what I mean? She should have straight away been like, there's something wrong. Like, my husband needs a doctor. Like, fucking, my husband does not need to be being paraded around doing all this shit when clearly there's like something fucking going on. Like, the man needed a doctor, the man needed rest, the man needed a lot of shit. He did not need to be forced into the presidency and then just paraded around. Like, bro, they straight up weekend at Bernie's that man, and he wasn't even dead yet. That's fucked up. Like, at least in Weekend at Bernie's, Bernie was dead. So, you know, he couldn't exactly care that they were dragging him around to party. Like, Joe Biden was still alive. I mean, granted, he may not have been like cognitively there, so he may not have understood he was being carted around. Yeah. And I mean, you know, maybe if I guess I can only hope that he was, so he doesn't like, you know what I mean? He doesn't realize how fucked up what they did to him was. Cause like, I still think it's fucked up. Whether he knew it was going on or not, like, damn, bro, like that's your dad, that's your husband, that's your whatever, and you're just gonna do him like that? Like, you're all just the worst people. I mean, we all know Hunter Biden's just the worst person because he's just like a crackhead and like threw a gun away in a dumpster by a school. Like, yeah, we get it. Hunter's not he's not the sharpest crayon in the shed, that's for sure. Oh yeah, speaking of him, forget who it was. Some news people did like an interview with Hunter, and they just like went to great lengths to try and make him seem like a rational and vaguely normal person over the course of like a fucking 3-hour or more interview. And he's just like talking about doing crack and fucking all kinds of just insanity. And bro, I'm pretty sure he was cracked out during the interview, because there were a few times during the interview he did the like, you know, the traditional crackhead shit. Like, he started getting real fucking fidgety and fucking doing a lot of hand stuff. Like, bro, you're having a casual sit-down conversation. Like, why are you so fidgety? I mean, maybe that's just like, you know, long-term effects of crack use. It's like, I guess that kind of happens too, you know what I mean? You got people who use meth, and then at some point in their later life they get off the meth, but they kind of still have all those methy mannerisms, you know what I mean? Like the fucking weird lipping and stuff. Like, I ran into one of those by my house just the other day. I was coming down the frontage road, and he's just standing there on the gravel road, and he's like, I think he was asking if I could call the police for him or something because his friend stole his truck. But I live way out in the mountains, so like my phone won't work when I'm out on the frontage road, and his phone wasn't working. And I was just like, well, I mean, I haven't seen any SUV, but like, shit, dog, I wish you luck. But yeah, he was a super old dude and just like mad meth mannerisms, the fidgetiness and the weird mouth things. And you know, those people kind of just stand out because their mannerisms are weird. Just, they're too fidgety. Yeah, it's like a dead giveaway. And I mean, I understand there are a few people out there who were long-time users, newly cleaned, and yeah, the mannerisms are kind of just burned into their brain at this point. That's kind of shitty, because everyone's gonna forever think they're a tweaker, you know what I mean? They're gonna see those mannerisms and they're gonna immediately just like, whatever, wash their hands of that person under the guise that that person's a crackhead. They don't matter. And, you know, the fact that they've gotten their life on the straight won't even be relevant to these people because they see the twitchy mannerisms. They won't ever actually like see the person and talk to the person. And the people on the left, shit, they'll look down on them for getting clean and be like, just go use the free meth service down in Portland, man. They'll just give it to you. And yeah, the left will be like egging the dude to be back on the fucking glass. Like, it's fucked up, man. The world we live in is just so fucked up. At this point, I feel like we'd probably be better off with just like a reset back to this time right here. Just like cast everybody back into the raw nature. Like whatever you got, you got. Whatever you can get, and try not to starve to death. Peace. You know, well, for one, it would just shave off a bunch of the useless people because they wouldn't be able to feed themselves. So I guess in a sense, that's a really fucked up way to like go about it. But, you know, the hope is that that abrupt shock of suddenly having to actually fight for your survival might wake some of them up. Because, like, I don't know, it's just, I don't think people just don't seem to really grasp some shit. And it doesn't make sense to me. Like a great example, damn it. My brain just went blank. Never mind. Oh yeah, the people just like refusing to understand stuff, bro. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. People don't seem to realize, like, you know what I mean? And it becomes painfully apparent when, like, some of them talk. And they're like, oh, humanity was blessed with this and that and blah, blah, blah. Like, you know what I mean? The way, like, the eco-terrorist leftists and the PETA animal tard leftists all carry on. Well, see, humanity was blessed with this and that and civilization and blah, blah, blah and all this stuff. And like, bro, that is the dumbest thing I have ever heard. Humanity started exactly the same way this little chompy boy started. We started out in the bushes where nature didn't give us shit. Nature is a mean, vicious, and unconcerned fucking creator. It didn't care if we starved. It cast us straight into starvation, predation, and fucking sickness, disease, and every other horrible thing. All of that horrible is nature. That's what humanity was bestowed with, was the exact same horrible conditions as every other creature on the planet. The thing that set us apart was that we are the best animal. We're the best design. We that's about it. We're the best design. We've got a well-functioning brain and capable functional design. Our brain figured out how to optimize it, and that's it. We weren't given nothing. We were given the same opportunity as the squirrels and everybody else. We're just a better design. Because everything that stands us out from the animals now that they want to carry on about, oh, civilization, language, mathematics, blah, blah. Yeah, we created all of it because we needed it. Those are the tools we needed to survive the harsh reality that was life. So we created them. Nothing gave those to us. Those were created out of a necessity. We had problems, and we came up with ways to solve the problems. Were they the best ways to solve the problems? Not always. No, absolutely not. And in some cases, I'd argue we probably didn't even solve problems. We probably made more problems than we solved. But, like, you know, that's primitive man. It's kind of just how it goes. It's trial and it's error. Shit, you can look at fucking modern man. We ain't no better. What do you mean? We don't trial and error. Absolutely the fuck we do. Why the fuck do you think we got weird-ass forever chemicals out there that'll never break down, and there's microplastics in people? So that's called trial and error, motherfucker. We discovered the plastic, and it seemed like it was good, so we've been trying that shit. We've been trying it for a long time. It wasn't until just recently we figured out where the error was. Oh, dang, that plastic can cause some problems. It's just trial and error. Everything's trial and error. The entirety of human intelligence is trial, error, and pattern recognition. You try something, it fails. You recognize that it failed. If it was close to succeeding, maybe you try a couple of times, assuming maybe it failed on a variable you didn't perceive. If every time you attempt it, it fails, you recognize the pattern. You realize, okay, doing that doesn't achieve what I want to achieve. So then you start coming up with a new idea that may achieve it. It's no different than animals. It's just our brain is better. We can conceptualize in advance better than they can. Exactly, yeah. Like Ben Franklin said, he tried 1,000 designs of the light bulb that didn't work, and people tried to belittle him for that. And it was like, no, I learned 1,000 ways not to make a light bulb. Like, yeah, they were failures, but it doesn't mean there was nothing valuable in the failure. I learned that ain't gonna make a fucking light bulb, so I gotta try something else. And that's what he did. He kept trying stuff, and he found out a whole bunch of ways that didn't make fucking light bulbs until suddenly one of them made a light bulb. And now us modern idiots take that shit for granted, like it's just always been there. Because for us, it has. The light bulb's always been there for us, but fuck, go back 150 years, the light bulb was, oh, that was peak. You were basically royalty at that point. Oh my God, you have a light bulb in your house? Like, yeah, we have electricity. Like, dang. You know, like 1908 World's Fair and shit, they be showing light bulbs off like they're crazy tech. But that's part of why I find the whole like idea that the Egyptians may have had light bulbs super interesting. Because like that'd just be some crazy shit, you know what I mean? Because like it's happened historically multiple times. Like, I forget what they call it. I know for like animals, it's called like convergent evolution, where like two animals that aren't related at all in totally different and like places evolve the same features. There's a term for it in like the sense of like technological discovery as well. But it tends to happen that like people kind of start conceptualizing the same ideas around the same time, likely to do with, you know, the underlying technologies that the idea relies on becoming more available, allows them to better, you know, experiment and pursue their theorized experiment or hypothesis, I should say. So yeah, you know, I get that prior to electricity's discovery becoming common knowledge, that yeah, you didn't have people out there trying to make light bulbs because you didn't have the technologies the lightning bolt not lightning bolt, but the light bulb relies on to be a functional device. Like, without electricity, a light bulb is nothing. So why would anyone have invented one prior to electricity being available? But that's why I find the theory that the Egyptians had, you know, their Baghdad battery style batteries made of like whatever in fucking clay amphora pots, because you could do that. You could make small voltage battery cells just by creating a galvanic reaction in a clay pot. So that's doable, and they have weird things painted on the wall that look vaguely like light bulbs, kind of. So I mean, why would it not be possible? Like, you know what I mean? I could see how it could be possible, but then the question becomes, how does something like that get, you know, just straight like lost to time? Because like you'd assume if they had light bulbs in ancient Egypt, that like how do you lose that? You know what I mean? That's something I've always struggled with understanding, is like the loss of information, the loss of technology, that kind of thing. Like how back to the whole moon topic, oddly enough, how everyone was always like, oh well, we haven't gone to the moon because Well, we lost a lot of the technology that we used to do it, or not necessarily that we lost it, but it's degraded, and we don't know how to make new ones. Like, how the fuck does that happen? Because, you know, the original moon landing, that was like the 60s. We're talking 60, 70 years ago. It's not exactly the longest time. By the same logic, we still know how all kinds of stuff from way before that were made. So, like, yeah, right? That's what I mean. Like, I don't see how that gets lost. Well, I mean, I guess they did kind of just like shelf space exploration after that. So I guess it could have gotten lost in the aftermath of all that. You know what I mean? Of the wind down from trying to go to the moon and instead just leaning more into the astrological science type stuff. You know what I mean? Asteroids, meteors, blah, blah, telescopes, all that good jazz that they've been doing. But yeah, that's what I thought. Like, you'd think that the people who designed it, you'd have figured there'd still be like plans or notes or shit. I mean, you're gonna tell me they don't even have like examples of it? Because, you know, we all know that, like, they make prototypes. They don't send the prototypes to fucking space. Much the same that they still have the, like, prototype moon lander on display in, like, a fucking space museum of some sort. So you're telling me you can't, like, go look at the landers or the rovers and, like, reverse engineer the tech? Yeah, right? Exactly. Like, I doubt they were really all that highly complex if they were able to fix it with, like, a paper cup and some duct tape and, like, scratch some trajectory marks into the window so they could fucking manage a safe entry. Like, yeah, I find it almost impossible to believe that there's just, oh yeah, we just somehow lost technologies. And another one of the lost technologies that really annoys me is the, what was it called? Starbright panels?
Nice to meet you. I'm Perk60 Wolf. Don't forget to follow.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It just doesn't sell, man. It just doesn't. I don't think it was called Starbright. It was called Star something. It was made during the space age, like, you know, going to the moon times, by a dude, if I remember right. I think he was by profession a hairdresser or something like that. A hairdresser, or like made makeup or something. But he was basically some kind of like whatever, and he dabbled in chemistry. And he like made stuff that I believe ended up basically being the thermal tiles for the space like missions and stuff. I don't remember exactly, but that's another one that they're just like, oh, it's just the technology just lost. We don't know how to make it. Maybe? No. The guy I'm thinking of, it's the Starlight mystery. Supposedly Starlight was a insanely high heat resistant material developed by Maurice Ward in the 1980s that allegedly could withstand extreme temperatures. The material was never successfully commercialized. formula was not widely released before he died, and when he died, the recipe went with him, so it's a lost super material, they call it. But supposedly it was basically supposed to just be insanely high heat resistant. Like, you could pull a chunk of this out of a 3,000 degree oven and it would shed heat so quickly that within seconds you could touch it with your bare hand, even though it was still glowing red hot, that the edges of it were basically bleeding off heat so quickly that the edges would be cold enough to touch within seconds. And it's just another example of, like, how was that a thing that somebody made and, like, they showed it to the government and it got thought about and whatever, and then now just nobody knows. Oh, we don't know, it's lost. Yeah, that's what I mean. How is that something we can't reproduce today? Like, because you know it got, like, shown to the government and likely patented, maybe not patented, but definitely shown to the government, and, like, yeah, how do you just lose that? Like, how do you just lose a simple recipe of some chemicals to mix up and a process to produce the thing? Like, I don't get it. I don't have the ability to grasp it. Music, you are unnecessarily loud, even though you're turned, like, all the way the fuck down. Well, yeah, I don't know, man. It doesn't make sense to me. How do you lose technology? I could understand, like, the Egyptians losing technology. You know what I mean? Like, that was thousands of years ago. There's been countless wars and blah, blah, blah. But I still find it mildly amazing that there's, you know, nothing but some... That's the wrong button. I wanted to turn the volume down further. Oh, damn it, brain. I just find it hard to believe that if it was something that they did do and make and whatever use, that you'd only have this one instance where it gets, like, mentioned in this one temple. Yeah, they vaguely, you know, there's some pictures about it. That's it. That's it. Nothing else. Like, how does that happen? I can't wrap my head around something like that, how it could happen. That's wild. That's fucking wild. 24,000 miles an hour. Jesus. Although it's kind of cool, it's basically, if I remember right, it's about the speed the planet spins at. No. Planet is roughly 26 or 28,000 miles around. So no, I'm wrong about that. That is basically the speed required to go around the planet completely in 1 hour. So never mind what I was saying. I had my numbers mixed up. I was thinking that they were going so fast that they were matching the planet's speed, but no, they're going way faster than the planet. I think the planet spins at something like 1,800 miles an hour. Something right around there. Yeah, that all is crazy, especially when you, like, take into account the well, the whole, like, set of problems that the atmosphere adds to that. You know what I mean? Like, if you come in too sharp, you'll burn up. If you come in too shallow, you'll basically skip off the atmosphere like a stone. Yeah, that's crazy. Just absolutely crazy. And the tiles that line that thing, fucking crazy space age badassery. Because those are the same way. You can pull those out of the oven and they'll be glowing red hot, and within, like, moments the edges of the cubes will cool off and turn black, and then you can just pick them up and the cube will be glowing red hot, but the edges of it cold enough to touch, and it's not, like, radiating heat. and it's fucking crazy. So like, I just don't get how like starlight could, you know, randomly just be lost. That or it just never existed. But yeah, I guess what starlight originally was, it was a specialized chemical compound, obviously, but basically it was like a white paint-like substance. So you'd basically just paint it on the outside of the spaceship, and then on re-entry, when it got hot, it would just like char and expand into a thick insulating carbon foam. So arguably it was better than what we use currently. And on a weird side note, it was actually an extremely effective armor system against laser weapons, because the laser would just cause it to get hot and expand into the carbon foam that could then tolerate the temperatures. Kind of crazy. And it was supposed to be basically mostly all organic stuff and a little bit of ceramic. But yeah, and nobody knows. Nobody knows what exactly it was originally. Nobody knows how to make it again. And the man was a hairdresser, so it's not like he was, you know, some master of science who kept, you know, scientific grade notes and track of what he was doing. But I just think stuff like that's crazy, man. The things that people can come up with, and all it takes is just a single what if, and then like boom, you know what I mean? A whole iceberg can fucking just unfurl from that simple 2-word thought of what if. And that's what makes us better than the dinosaurs and everything else on the planet. It's that. It's not that we were like handed some benevolently privileged life. No. We were given a brain capable of going, what if? With a limitless time span. What if I planted a tree a day, every day, for 15 years? Well, a person could plant a forest. Like that kind of stuff. That ability to conceptualize thought outside of the immediate need. Because, you know, one could argue a hairdresser would never have need for some sort of compound that was an extremely insane high heat insulator fucking protective laser armor. Like, the man was a hairdresser. So like, it was purely out of curiosity that transpired. I'd argue the majority of human advancement probably just stems out of just human curiosity, you know what I mean? Like the Wright brothers, they saw birds fly, and much like humans had for thousands of years, they probably went, damn, that looks cool. That would be cool to do. And instead of just, you know, calling it what it was and going on their way, they said, what if? Like, what if we could put something together that would let us do that? And shit, now we got fucking F-35s breaking the sound barrier and dropping ordnance on things. So I think that's the only thing that ever made humans arguably any different than anything else. It's just a singular, unique function of the brain. You know, the dumbs want to be like, oh, well, we have language. Like, everything has language. You could put animals of different species together. They have the ability to, at least at a base level, communicate with each other. Sure, they may not be able to communicate some like complex fucking whatever, but like, they communicate. So arguably animals have language. Now it may not be complex language like ours, capable of whatever, but that's because they've never what if their way into needing more complex language. Because they don't what if. Like, animals live in the moment. They don't tend to plan ahead. I'd argue almost all of human advancement is stemmed out of we encountered a problem and dealing with the problem fucking sucked. And we don't want to do that again. So maybe we're going to come up with something to either prevent the problem, make the problem easier to deal with. I mean, anything. Just anything. Because that's what drives humanity. It's discomfort. Anything that was uncomfortable, took like it seemed too long. The moment you put a person through that, the little gears in their head start turning and ticking, and they go, man, that sucked. I don't want to do that again. If they try to make me do that again, I need to come up with something to make that easier. I don't want to do that the same way again. That fucking sucked. So we come up with routines, shortcuts, methodologies, technologies. Like, that's the only thing about us that's remarkable. We've got the ability to plan ahead, and we're too curious for our own damn good. Some of them what ifs are fucking things that probably should have never been what ifed. I'm looking at you, Japan, with your Unit 731 shit. I would argue that those are what ifs that should have never been what if. You know, like, did we really need to know what if you put a human in an oven and bake them until all the moisture leaves their body? I don't think that was a what if that we really needed. I mean, we got it. We now know that the human body's roughly 70% water, because the Japanese said, what if we put a person in an oven and dry them all the way out? Damn. You take the good with the bad. I think I just went in a big ass circle. I feel like that happens to me a lot in this game. Cause like you end up in like the thick of the trees and you don't got a compass, man. With like it. Like, even if just this little basic thing like stayed up at the top, which I mean, realistically, it should, because the up point and the down point, I believe, are supposed to be like indicative of birds' natural sensitivity to the planet's magnetic fields. You know, like how pigeons have a naturally forming bit of magnetite in their head that is affected by the planet's magnetic field. Like, that's basically what they're showing. So like that little down dip right there at the top, that's south, and the up dip is north. I assume, like, you know, they're whatever it's supposedly supposed to be, like the field affecting your dinosaur's magnetic brain sensor thingy. I don't know what it's called. But that would be a constant thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's not something you would be like turning on and off, like taking sniffs and thinking like north is always north and south is always south. Oh yeah, bro. Trying to figure this game out, that was fucking wild. Like, I greatly appreciate all the assistance, because, yeah, man, between you Googling stuff and other people, I still ended up needing someone who basically was like, here, I'll just join you and, like, show you stuff. And even that, even after, like, several hours of, like, hands-on help, there's still a lot that, like, I don't even fully understand. Is boar not part of my diet? It's not. This is another one that wants to be eating players. But yeah, between like huge Google sessions, multiple people's help, and at least one person joining me to like hands-on tutor me through it, I still barely know what I'm doing. But I can at least, you know, manage the basics. Usually find some food for my little dinosaur to keep it from starving to death. Miss Ray, why you cry? What's wrong? I see you. You're goofy. There's a deer here somewhere. It sounded super close. There's a pig over there, but the deer is part of my preferred diet. I don't know if I can achieve a perfect diet, though. Seriously, deer, where are you? I hear you making noise. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Isn't that basically... Wait, did they go around the moon this time, or... I don't really know the details on what this one was. Because to be fair, I was fairly certain that it was like an April Fool's joke, because like, who planned something that important for April 1st? Okay, good. So they didn't around. All right. I mean, that kind of makes sense, though, because isn't that what the Apollo missions did, too? Like, a few of them were, like, probative things, and then, like, you had a... Oh. Okay. That makes sense, then. I wasn't real clear on the details. I just heard about it, like, you know, right about April 1st. It was like, who planned something like this for April 1st? Like, bro, they already don't think you went there. Now you're gonna launch it on April Fool's Day, and they're gonna be like, it's the total scam. That was my thought when I saw the April 1st thing. I was like, bro, you're just like delivering the ammo to the basis fake people. Like, what the fuck? You're gonna do it on April Fool's Day? Like, that's wild. And like, that was the funny thing is, yeah, you had those people were out there like immediately before it even like fucking got there. They're like, it's totally fake. Again, that's why they're doing it on April 1st. That way, if they get caught, they can just be like, it was April Fool's Day. You're dumb. And it was like, oh my god. But like, what happens when they actually launch it? Then you will be dumb and the date's irrelevant. But like, I do think it was not the best choice of date. But seeing that it wasn't, well, I'd argue it wasn't really a choice in that sense. If like it was supposed to go down in November 2024 and got delayed till April of 2026, I don't think it was even to do with the weather. They're probably talking like had something to do with like a solar storm or something like that. You know what I mean? Cosmic radiation level. Not something petty, like, yeah, no, it was a little bit too rainy. Oh, that's good. I mean, I assume there's always safety concerns, right? You're sealing people in a metal tube and launching them into the void of space. I'm pretty sure safety concerns will always be there, but that's a wild postponement, like a year and a half. So yeah, it had to be related to something like cosmic radiation or something, safety concerns related to that. Because isn't that like a factor as well? Like the what's it called? I think the Van Buren belt is the asteroid belt in our solar system. Was it the Van Allen line? I forget what the line is. Something about cosmic radiation. Yeah, the Van Allen radiation belt. And yeah, the levels of radiation can like fluctuate massively, and basically from what I'm seeing, says safe traversal is possible, but basically only through radiation shielding and high speed transit. So like sounds to me like the shielding really doesn't do much but lessen it slightly, and you're pretty much banking on just like whipping through it at a really high speed. Right? It looks like the inner belt goes to 7,500 miles above the planet, and then the outer belt is from 7,500 to basically 14,000 miles. Yeah, I could see how shit, even with fucking shielding, that's talking crossing 12,000 miles. That's a long time to just be soaking in the radiation. Right? Right? Basically, that'd be like driving here to the West Coast. Would be like the best guess I could muster. Be like just getting in your car, like, all right, man, we're going on a 12,000-mile drive. All right, man, you have a good night. It was fun. It was fun. Just I don't even know what to call it, ranting and tirading about random stuff. It's always a good time talking with you, Mr. Mike. It's always about God only knows what, but it's always a good time. So dark. But you have a good night, man. I will catch you next time. I'll see if I can keep this down. I hear you, piggy. I will do my best, sir. I will do my best. That piggy, I see you, dear. I seen your little white butt coming to get you. Yeah, you ran the wrong way. Oh, I'm stuck on a rock. Too big to swallow. Gotta eat quick. Okay, what falls into the Y? If I can catch a goat. If I find a goat. No, that's part of a tree. What was it? The North Islands that is supposed to be good for goat? Jesus, is this stupid fog ever gonna fucking end?
To meet you. I'm Perk60 Wolf. Don't forget to follow.
Oh, it feels so good. Rather. Yeah, you see me now. Something is fucking wrong with this. Hold on, let's see here. There's something in the stream settings I believe I can adjust. This new one. That's not the right one. It is tweaking, y'all. Is tweaking. Fuck sake with this bullshit today. Twitch, Streamlabs, you fucking dog shit. Why is the bit dog shit? There's nothing going up, bro.
Incoming ad break.
Yep, again, you're not. Let's see if it's fixed, I guess. Maybe it is. Poorly made dog shit Windows 11. Fucking set to do updates in the middle of the night. No updates done. No, it just shit itself. And it goes, oh, this update's been available for weeks. Like, well, you're supposed to update like every night at 3 or 4 a.m. So what the fuck? And like I leave the bitch on, like, you know what I mean? It's not like I fucking end the stream and turn it off and it can't do shit. Like it literally it sits there on asleep, just sitting there being on and fucking asleep. Streamlabs like crashed and forgot literally everything it knows. Or why are you pushing 9,000 bit Streamlabs, bro? You broken piece of shit! Oh my fucking god! Bitrate's supposed to be constant 6,000. Closely. There you go. You're getting there. You're sort of getting there. You like get low key. I hate Streamlabs, bro. It is the worst. If I could like reasonably switch over to OBS, I would. I actually may look into doing that. I randomly don't stream for a day or two. That's probably.
Ordinary into something special. Doug. The little
Unknown. That's not good. He probably dead. He probably dead. Oh my god, he survived, but he gonna die of water now.
Coming ad break.
Yeah, sounds fine now. Yeah, it was just fucked up for God only knows why. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Topal Tolukan. That's kind of a cool name. Is it like words in a different language? I mean, I assume so. I'm curious what it means. Tynan. I never had a chance to drink this water. No.
Known for
I don't know if it's safe here, but God, I hope it is.
No one wants to be known for cancer, but a treatment can be. Keytruda is known to treat cancer. FDA approved for 18 types of cancer, including certain early stage and advanced cancers. One of those cancers.
Oh, still a little bit of that audio cracking. Maybe that's something to do with the water. I'm like, well, we hydrated. Our health should come back. We weigh 2,000 pounds. We're almost full grown. I guess we don't get super big.
Welcome errant_discourse.
Lurk. You misspelled that. Nope. I think you're trolling me at this point, Aaron. There you go, buddy. No, I'm just busting your balls, bro. I am no one to judge anybody's spelling or failure thereof. There's a reason I don't often show my full screen. I don't need people seeing me type shit out, retype it, stop, think about it, retype again. So, okay. Sin nombre. And then, oh, it's El Sombre is the shadow. The skills I learned in the mountains. Shit, what was I just gonna do? Something. I was gonna do something. Let me change it, you stupid fucking thing. Mm. Mm. Oh, I think I know why the frames are chunking now because I tweaked Streamlabs. Hold on, I'll be right back. Did that break the audio now, though? Damn it. Nope, it's just a weather issue being broken audio now. It's okay. It's okay. Hey, it's okay. Bro, the fog in this game, like turbo retarded. Because, like, it comes with audio. Like, my guy. Fog doesn't make noise.
Easy ZZ. Nice to meet you. I'm Perk60 Wolf. Don't forget to follow.
Is there a mod to fix the audio in this game? About 3,000 pounds. That's not bad. I gotta go find food.
Incoming ad break.
Dig it. Yay.
How is everyone doing today?
Do, 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 do. Dinosaur stuff. No, 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 no. Why not? Pussy. Want to sneak? Sneak? You want sneaky sneaks? We don't do a sneak. We sneak it.
Welcome, Mad Prestonian.
I can't sleep, but need
I
to cruise.
don't know
I
what to
gotta
tell
take
you.
Ma to get groceries, and then I gotta pick up my kid.
I don't know what to tell you. We'll be right. Yeah. Do fat. Pulled out. I don't know what to tell you. Or, just don't be a bitch. Just do what you have to do. Sleep or no sleep. That's the way I do it. Sleep, no sleep. The stuff that has to get done gets done. Other than that, it don't matter.
What?
I said sleep, no sleep. The stuff I gotta do gets done. It don't make no difference to me. The other day, I think I slept for like 20 minutes from like 7:14 to like 7:34. Yeah, whatever. It's Schwarty ever.
I'm trying to update my fucking graphics driver and shit.
Is there a graphics update? I went
I
through
mean,
and
I haven't
had to
checked.
do a bunch of updates because like
I
shit
didn't
was
check.
being
I
all
didn't check.
cracky.
I
I
didn't
did a
check
couple
for a
updates,
while.
some cleaning. Found a fucking 18 gigabyte crash dump file.
Yeah, I went to start Samson and it was like, your driver's out of fucking date. And it worked anyway. The game still ran,
Nice to
but
meet you. I'm Perk60
I
Wolf.
figured, well,
Don't
since I
forget
can't
to
sleep, I might as
follow.
well see if it fucking works. You know what I mean? Because I went to I have that NVIDIA shit installed on my thing, so I just double clicked it. I didn't log in. I just downloaded the driver because, like, what the fuck?
I mean, mine stays logged in.
Mine used to stay logged in, but I don't know why it's not logged in anymore. But
I don't know. One of these last updates like derped it because mine was logged out too. And I had to
yeah,
figure out what the login was.
yeah, same. It's a nightmare.
I mean,
But
it's
whatever.
really not. You have like one email address. I have 12.
I was saying it was a nightmare for you, but okay. Thank you for validating that I was correct because you have 52
It's not a
emails.
nightmare. It's not a nightmare for me. Because again, it only takes like 30 seconds. Do the whole thing in less than 5 minutes. I don't think 5 minutes of time constitutes a nightmare. A mild annoyance? Yes.
So what are you playing as?
Ceratosaurus. Ceratosaurus. So I
That's
could
the
eat
thing I can eat
corpses. Yeah.
Somebody followed you. Shout out to you for following Toka. Wee!
Alpha.
Yeah,
Alpha. Sorry, my brain struggled with that.
dude.
It wanted to
It's
say
alfalfa.
alfalfa. It's not alfalfa. It's alpha. My brain wanted to do the same thing, like especially because like alfalfa is what I feed my cows. So my brain was like alpha. Wait, I had to like pump the brakes midway through because it wasn't alfalfa. It was alpha al. And that one's rough for my brain to digest.
Alpha Al.
It just wants to say alfalfa. It's a good name. Good name. I'll give you that. Tip my hat to you, sir, because that's a good name.
Restart my computer. I'll restart that shit later.
But yeah, the Ceratosaurus is not super big. Being able to eat bones is kind of nice. A Rex would like massively outclass me. I don't know what the fuck I encountered earlier. I was just walking along and like was suddenly in a danger because it was like big and red and had a baby dinosaur with it. So I assume it was fully mature, and I'm not that. I don't remember which roars are which, and they all sound aggressive.
4 is the please don't kill me. 3 is aggressive. The rest are communication.
What is 3?
Scream violently and I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. That's what 3 is. 3 is I'm gonna kill
Nice.
you. Yeah.
That doesn't feel like I'm gonna kill you. That feels like 2 very delicate little barks. I'm just gonna go look at the controls, because...
Yeah, echo.
That's 3.
That was for me. Vespera 21 now following Toga.
I think that's because people can't chat on the kick unless they're followed. I don't remember, honestly.
That was kick? Why the fuck? It looked like fucking Twitch on the sideways note.
Because they all just show the same thing.
Makes sense.
At least I think. I don't know. No, because some of them show other things. So I don't know. I think that's just what the kick shows. Why it shows a like Twitch looking logo, I do not know. Because the Twitch one has like an actual, like whatever thing I made that pops up. Great, you stop being a demon. Touch your feet. Get that in the weenie. Touch on the feeties. Yeah. Where's their show feet?
Messing around with Ray's feet, he's almost walked off a cliff.
I did almost walk off a cliff.
Yeah, you leave her feeties alone. Those are her feeties. You focus on cliff walking. Oh, dude. So how about I was playing Samson? I went to back up in the car. I bumped a little sandwich board.
I'm hungry.
My car
Please sub
glitched
so he will
through
feed
the
me.
ground and I drowned to death.
Mm.
I lost all my money. I lost everything. Oh, man. I've restarted that game like 4 times. Oh, and you're an asshole. They do exactly what you wanted them to do. They do not take turns, Toker. I got fucking gangbanged by like 6 dudes at once. They were just like, wah, all hitting me all simultaneously. I couldn't do a fucking thing. Just got beaten mercilessly in a corner.
Good.
Yeah, so they do not take their time. If you don't parry them, you're getting hit by like 8 fists at once, dude. You are getting fucked up. Oh, and some dude threw a fucking, like, tire iron at my face in the fight, too. So I got caught with a tire iron on some bullshit, because it was these fucking 6 dudes trying to beat the fuck out of me. And, like, I parried one of them, and I was like, ha-ha! And then I got hit in the face with a tire iron, and then the beating commenced more, and then I died. So.
Fun.
Yeah. 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 Although cars suck in that game. Absolute cars. But 'tis a nice looking game, you know. Look at you with your fucking goat, deer. Dear goat. Dear goat. Could you
He's a
imagine
deer.
being a
His name was Richard.
Could you imagine being a Thenasaur or whatever that weird fucking poo-flinging giant clawed monster is from Mark?
Calicotherum?
I don't know if that was it.
The like doo-doo sloth? The
No,
sling
not a
poop juice?
sloth. No, it wasn't a sloth. It was like a bird thing with claws.
Oh, that didn't do anything with poop. Thing that did stuff with poop was like a giant sloth-like creature that literally like threw doo-doo balls at you. You're thinking Therizinosaurus, but it didn't like have any kind of whatever. It just like harvested berries and bushes real good with its touchy fingers. It's real good at using them fingers for touching berries and shit. Was a bush rapist. Fuck up, piggy.
Yeah, imagine playing the game as that thing, though. Horrifying.
For one, I don't think it existed at anywhere near the same time as dinosaurs.
Then why is it in a game with dinosaurs? Ark is a piece of shit. Fuck that
Ark's
goddamn
whole
game.
thing is like weird shit from all throughout time, and then in the later half, all throughout space.
Oh yeah, well they ain't got the flying spaghetti monsters, so they ain't got it all. They're lying pieces of shit. They need to be destroyed.
I mean,
Shut
they
down
might
Ark.
now. I don't know. I haven't played in a long time.
I'll go ask Kevin. Never mind, he's gone. He shot heroin. He's dead.
Incoming ad break.
Kevin's done. Banned.
Mm.
Banned Kevin. Yeah, his chat doesn't even work anymore. I still think it's bullshit. We played that for 2 days and I was the only one attacked by the only player we fucking seen. Like, that's bullshit. I hope that guy fucking accidentally fucking drops his PC on his wiener and cuts his wiener off. I should be asleep, but I can't sleep. What are you eating food for? You don't even need it.
I'm not eating it. I'm just catching it, because even if it starts to rot, I can still eat it. And as a side note, I just thought of, if anything bigger than me and dangerous approaches, I can drop it and run.
They'll forget that, eat you, and then eat that.
Maybe. I mean, they might. They might.
They will. That's what happened to me. All right. The motherfucker
Well,
killed a
I'm not
deer
you.
and then went after me instead. So
No, he ate the deer. And then went
And then
and
ate me. Yeah. They're gluttonous fucking monsters, and that's why they were eradicated. That's why they
Quite
deserve
possibly.
to be extinct. They deserved it. It was rightfully done to those pieces of shit. Humans are next. They're gonna be the next ones extinct. This whole world is gonna be run by trees and buggies. Now there you go. There's a fucking game. Imagine being a fucking bug in the times of this, huh? Yeah. Try and survive a T-Rex stepping on you.
I
Imagine being a
believe
leech.
bugs were just big as hell. And I don't think a leech is a bug.
I wasn't saying a leech is a bug. I was suggesting other things to be, man.
I was just saying. I don't think a leech is a bug.
I don't think it is either. I don't think it's an insect. I think it's a fucking non-distinct fucking...
I think it's a fucking
creature.
monster.
I think it's a creature. Yeah, I don't think it's considered an animal.
I mean, no, it's an animal.
Nope, they're considered parasites. So they are not a fucking animal. Parasites are not animals.
That's not correct. A leech is a segmented worm.
Lice and fleas are considered parasites. Yeah, see? Kill them. They don't deserve to be alive. Kill them! They should not be considered animals. Parasites should all be things that we fucking
Worms
kill
are
'cause they're
animals.
not necessary.
Like, by scientific classification, worms are animals and leeches are a form of segmented worm species. So they are animals. They're parasitic animals, but there are lots of parasitic animals. There's those weird fish that fucking latch on to other fish. That's a parasite and an animal. And worms are in the classification like as of animal as like a whole. Or like, I don't think insects are animals, but they might be. I don't know if they're
Yeah,
under
insects are
the
animals.
Animalia subset or if they're a different branch.
Yeah, insects are considered animals. They're more of an animal than a parasitic fucking worm.
No, they're not.
Oh, the biggest parasite in the entire fucking world is human being. Beautiful. Good to know. We are parasites. Yovich.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, it is. Look up the definition of a parasite and look at what human beings do to the planet and each other. That's parasitic.
No.
Yeah, human beings are a parasite. Walking
No,
parasites.
you're just dumb. You don't understand words well.
Humans are a parasite. This is scientific fact.
Yeah, no, you're just retarded, bro. It's okay, we understand. Your IQ's like 13. But the words don't mean what you think they mean.
I love how they try and say that a parasite is a distinct species that lives in or on a host organism. Well, the Earth is an organism. That's a lie.
No, it's not.
lie.
No, it's not.
The Earth is definitely alive.
It's not.
Really, if the Earth wasn't alive, it wouldn't have an ozone layer, man.
Yes, we would, because gases are a physical thing, and we only have an ozone layer because of gravity. The Earth isn't magically generating a fucking ozone layer.
So you're
you
telling me there's zero fucking gravity on Mars?
No,
Zero.
nothing was ever introduced to the planet that could become gaseous and then held down by its gravity. You incompetent feck.
That's not true because there's water under it. They've discovered water.
Yeah,
on Mars,
and it's not warm enough for water to be gaseous, you moron.
That makes zero
Congratulations.
sense. How close
You
it
don't
is to the
understand the way the states of matter work. What do you mean? It's farther away than we are. It's way far from the sun. It's the fourth planet, dipshit. And then because it has no ozone layer, it has no greenhouse gases to retain any heat. So it's extra cold. And there's so very little water there that even if it did warm up, it wouldn't create anything of like merit. Well, that we know of course. We don't know for sure if there's a goddamn underwater ocean, but like the water we know of is not enough to make any meaningful gaseous like impact on that planet.
Everything is live. Everything is cell.
But it's not,
Kill all parasites.
because rock is not cell. Crystal is not cell. Alloy is not cell.
It's all here for cell, made by cell.
But it's not. The majority of it existed before cell.
Nope, cell predated it. Cell existed.
No.
Sources
No.
proof. Cell was
No.
always here. Cell is what created rock.
No, that's not how any of that worked.
I'm just being an asshole.
No, you legitimately don't know how any of it worked.
No, I'm literally just being a fucking asshole.
I don't believe you.
Okay. That tree's a parasite. Kill it.
That tree is a tree.
Nope, it's a parasitic tree. Triceratic. Take it down.
I forget what tree it is that's parasitic, but like being a parasitic tree is different. There are parasitic plants that'll like parasite other plants, but there's not really trees that parasite other trees. But there is, I know for sure, at least one species of tree that is like pseudo parasitic in that like if its seeds fall and land on the ground, nothing will happen and they'll just die. But if the seeds fall and land on like the trunk of a fallen one of these trees at any stage in degradation, then they'll sprout and they'll take root in the corpse of their own kin and establish themselves. And then once they've done that, they will take root into the ground. So that's kind of a parasitic tree, but like it also relies on like, it's more cannibalistic, I would say. Because like it doesn't just attach to another tree and leech off of it. Although trees by like nature will just do that by design.
Yeah,
like,
they like grow
you
into
can
each
you
other
can just
and then,
graft
like,
them
suck
together.
into each other. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, a
That's what I
parasite
mean.
has to do that to survive. That's what I mean. The trees can survive fine on their own, but can be grafted together. But yeah, parasites like rely entirely on like foreign species.
You bit that whole pig by its ass. You got that
Yeah.
whole pig ass in your mouth.
Yeah,
Delicious.
right. Delicious. It pooped a little bit when I bit it. I bit it a little too hard. Oh, could you imagine that, bro? Being a wild animal and like trying to catch something else and like you happen to catch it, but you grab it by the back end and you just like chomp down on it and it just like fucking spray sharts into your throat.
Well, these monsters used to deal with that all the time, and they would just.
Fuck you mean? I'm sure normal ass natural shit has that happen still. Fuck you mean?
they've
Coyote
got a
run up
whole-
on this bunny and grab hold of its ass and just like machine gun the back of its throat with little beans. I mean, at least those would be little beans, so it'd be less
Well,
horrible than like a pig
there's-
wet sharding into your throat. But
There's a fucking beetle that does that as a fucking escape mechanism. It's got explosive.
no, the beetle sprays like caustic chemicals that are exothermic. I'm talking if you squeeze the bunny, like little bunny poops are going to come out. So they're just going to be little beans. So while not awesome, I would argue the bunny would probably be the best of the things to have that happen from. Whereas like pigs often have just like wet, sloppy shart. So like that'd just be like a hosing to the uvula. Cows, same deal, but like thicker, more like pudding. So like a fucking pudding fire hose. Like, yeah, bro, all of it would be horrible. The blistering beetle would probably be the least of the bad because at least that's just pain. There's not
Bombarder
like,
beetle.
yeah, there's not active fecal matter in that. It's just like chemicals to ban you.
Oh yeah, dung beetle.
The dung beetle
throw
just
its whole
rolls
poop
balls
at
of
you.
poop at you. I don't think it can throw it, but I mean, it may drop it
mean-
or like roll it down the hill at you.
Yeah, it's gonna roll it right into your eyeballs. It's attacking with its poo ball.
I mean, I don't think dung beetles are aggressive. I think they're cowards, and I think they hide in their poop ball for safety, which, you know,
They do.
smart poop armor. It works. Assassin's Creed
Right.
proved this.
It did. Until like water happens. And then no longer safe. No longer safe. I mean, come on now, dude. They've been doing it since the fucking Viking days and shit. Poop armor. That's how it's done.
Poop armor.
Right? Live my life successfully wearing poop armor. I go to the
Armor
bank wearing
poops.
poop armor. I go to the store wearing poop armor. I went to church wearing poop armor. That's what most people don't know. Everyone thought the Crusaders wore like knights' armor and stuff. No, they wore armors of poop. That was it.
No,
They didn't even have
they wore
weapons.
steel armor and shield. People they were fighting were more or less wearing like wicker baskets soaked in poop crust. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, to infiltrate there, you have to wear poop crust in order to infiltrate poop crust. So they wore poop
Yeah, but
crust.
they didn't really ever infiltrate. That was like a full out like open war. So like they just
Yeah, you
marched
kill people,
openly
you kill
under
people.
banner and like sieged towns and shit.
Like, I don't like that your town doesn't have our flag. You die.
Yeah, no, that had nothing to do with it. But yeah, essentially.
You say that had nothing to do with it, but
They literally
they
had
still
nothing to
did it.
do with it. But no, it literally had nothing to do with it.
It had everything to do with it. Burn these towns in the name of Jesus. That's what they said. And then they burned the towns.
No. It's not how like any of it happened. Crusades were arguably a Rahawa. And it kind of just went back and forth. Plonk, 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 plonk. This is the ocean. I don't want the ocean. I can't drink the ocean.
Nah, the
Get
fourth
us.
crusade.
Drink the
I mean, Constantinople, dude.
What? What about it?
That it was nothing but fires during the crusade. Like,
Oh
they
yeah,
literally went in there
the
and just
Islamic.
burned shit.
Yeah, the Muslims. Yeah, the Muslims burn shit down. But like Christian crusades were basically always the same thing, just retaking the Holy Land. So like when you're retaking things, you're not burning it down. You're like capturing and reclaiming. Totally different.
This building is still smoldering. Step over that right quick. I say, we're taking this back. Like this smoldering pile of ashes? Yes. What the fuck? I'm pretty sure you're gonna drown. That was an invisible fucking, like.
No, I had no stamina, so I just sunk.
Well, I can't see it because of the chat. You were not blending in very well.
Well, yeah, I'm basically almost fully matured, so there's some bright colors now.
Nice. Well, once you're fully mature, kill yourself, and I'll jump on.
I mean, I don't give a fuck about fully maturing. It make no difference. I might as well just drown this bitch now. I see a dino. I'm gonna let this dino kill me.
Message him in local and be like, free yum yums for all dinos. Ask him if his name is Dino Martin. Look at him, he's running.
Well, yeah, I'm way bigger than him.
Look at him. He's like, are you serious right now? This is a trick. It's a fucking trick. It's a goddamn trick! I'd be thinking it's a trick.
Is this gonna drown me with my head underwater? I don't think it's gonna. Fine. With the shitty way. How do I? It won't stay down.
Control.
It's like wandering. Come on, just eat me. I don't want your fish. Alright, fuck it. I'll just drown myself. And then you won't be able to eat the corpse because I'll be drowned. The water's not deep enough to drown myself. Because, like, the control wanders.
Just stop. Stay right there.
It won't stop. It just keeps moving. I'm just gonna have to go around and round in circles down here until I drown.
Round and round and round it goes.
I think this thing has like horrible oxygen.
Watch it have amazing oxygen. Survive
No, it's already
for 9
dead.
hours and just. It's like, great. Found the second fish, fucking crocodile.
I mean, he won't be able to eat me underwater. Can't rip chunks off, and I'm too big for him to drag out. So his loss.
Yeah, he fucked up. He fucked up.
Nice to meet you.
So how big does the
I'm
aloe
Buck
get?
60 Wolf. Don't forget to follow.
Probably
2,500
huge.
kilograms.
Not huge.
Not huge.
Big, but not huge. We were already playing as an ally. And we failed miserably. I want to talk to Samson. Turns out you play as Samson, so I was driving around. You're going to talk to Samson! And then I was punching people in the face. It was great.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. And then I got my ass handed to me in that one corner, and I was just like, hey, fuck me. Hey, fuck Samson.
Damn.
They
What?
did.
The
They fucked
compies are
Samson.
part
They
of the preferred diet for the Trudon? Bro, how small are the Trudon?
Very small. Very, very small.
Oh, Jesus. Max weight 60 kilograms?
Yeah, I told
It's
you.
like
they were
140 pounds.
Yeah, dude. But they're fast.
Well, they better fucking be.
Yeah, they're really fast. They start off extremely tiny, though. They're about pubic hair high to grass. You know, they're just out there. Like, please don't eat me. Beep. And you're just like, eh. You keel over and die as a little Trudon. What are we playing as?
I don't know. I'm just looking at the different things, reading their little, like, info sheets.
I'm doing heroin. Sorry. It was too much. I couldn't handle it. What the fuck was that? Did my fucking goddamn live just crash?
I don't know.
Error occurred with the output. And switch encoders and you're streaming at what?
I want to talk to Samson. God damn it. Now that's stuck in my head. You piece of shit.
What the fuck is happening? Dude, this shit better not fucking be broken, dude. Yeah. happens when I click this? Okay, yeah, see, it's working. It's just, that was weird. It just said something was broken, but something, it's working. That was weird. I want to talk to Samson. Climb it to the moonlight giant branch. All right, it broke again. Dude, what is going on with this? I need help.
I don't know. I don't know fuck about Streamlabs. Fucking crashes all the fucking time. It don't tell you fucking why.
It said, dude, it just said streaming error. An error occurred with the output. Please check and switch encoders in your streaming and recording output settings.
I don't know what any of that means. I mean, I understand change settings, but that's about it.
Okay, you know what? You know what I think it is? I'm just going to restart my computer. Maybe that's what it is because my graphics card's different. You know, like the update, the driver.
Maybe.
Maybe that's what it is. Hopefully that fixes it. I'll be right back.
Ad break. Nice to meet you. I'm Perk60 Wolf. Don't forget to follow.
Okay, hello.
Hero.
All right. I don't know if this is going to fucking work, man. Please work. That was fucking broken, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. Streamlabs just tweaks out sometimes, bro. I don't know why.
That
Mine does it too.
issue.
Sometimes it'll crash and then it won't even restart. It'll just like sit there in that like booting up screen, you know what I mean? Where the little bars are like,
Yeah.
I'm thinking. It'll just sit there and fucking I'm thinking for hours and never actually like boot up. I don't fucking know what its deal is. I know it sucks fucking dick.
Okay.
It's on a see dick diet. It sees dick, it eats dick. Breaking into people's houses looking for wieners to suck. It's heinous. I say we beat T-Rexes. Their preferred food seems reasonable. Looks like it has boar in the upper part, and then like deer, chicken, rabbit in the mid, and goat and sea turtle at like the low end. So it's things maybe reasonable to do. And big chungus.
Okay.
It's like 9,300 kilograms and 800 or 700 bite force. That, or it's like these stinky plant eaters just farting and shitting all cow-like.
There's only one dinosaur to truly be, dude, and that's the hare.
I mean, the
Tree-jumping
Herrera
monster.
is super cool.
Tree-jumping monster is the best monster in this game. Hands down, claws up. Hands down, claws up. Alright, Tyrannosaurus Nornornororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororor The broadcast I'm watching ended again. It broke again.
The broadcast you're watching?
Dude, are you fucking out of your mind? Like
No,
my
that's the words
broadcast
you
ended.
just said. Well, you
Yes,
just said the
because
broadcast
dude,
I'm
will you
watching. That's why I was
stop
like,
talking.
what?
Stop talking. Stop talking.
No, you shut
I'm
the fuck
on my
up.
phone.
Shut
I'm
the
on
fuck
my
up.
phone watching my live.
Okay, so then
And
my
that's where
point
it crashed.
remains, my confusion about your watching, yeah, retarded.
I was no, because that's it literally says on there, you broadcast you were watching has ended. And I was like, what? And then I looked over and it crashed. And it's broken. And now it's saying again, the error has occurred with the output.
Yeah, I don't
Please
know.
check
I don't
and
know what
switch encoders.
Streamlabs deal is. I don't know shit about Streamlab. You need Kevin. I think
Yeah, well,
Kevin
he's a
uses
fucking piece of shit
OBS
who
and
won't
not
answer.
Streamlabs, but he at least understands these terms better. Because
Well, he's a fucking
something
asshole
in the
who won't
settings.
fucking come and fucking help.
That's the thing I don't get is why would your settings have suddenly changed?
They didn't, dude.
That's kind of what I figured, and that's why I don't get what's going on. Like, you wouldn't have changed your settings. If your settings were working, they should still be working. I haven't changed any of my settings. They're still working.
No,
so
dude,
like
I can't even stop. I can't even watch you or Kevin. Like my shit's broken here.
okay, well then that's something not to do with Streamlabs at least.
Okay, no, I can watch you. Okay, Kevin's a piece of shit and ended his life.
I was gonna say we don't even know if Kevin is live because he's smelling.
Well, I'm fucked. And Kevin's just not answer. I'm gonna have to call
Kevin
him.
is a broken blue screen.
I have to call Kevin.
Yeah, when you do, let him know he's a broken blue screen.
He probably ended his live.
Well, I just came to his live, and it still says he's live, and is counting minutes and shit.
Help. Help. Yeah, seriously, dude. I don't know what this means. And like I can't fix it.
Yeah, he's still a broken blue screen. I just refreshed it again.
It says an error occurred with the output. Please check and switch encoders in your streaming and recording output settings. System error message. Encoder NVIDIA infect whatever the fuck is taking too long to encode.
Okay. So that's to do with your graphics card.
I just did a driver update. Huh? So I'm screwed.
I mean, you could try to switch it to your CPU.
I'm scared to do any of that. I don't even know how to do any of this. I don't. Settings. I have no clue. How am I supposed to know?
It says you're on new. Try. Yeah, see if that does. Change your bitrate. Do your
Oh my god. Where's the bit rate? 6,000, right?
yeah, still like yeah.
Enforce streaming service encoder setting. What does that mean?
Let's see if that lets you do it.
Because, like, it works for a little bit and then it just crashes and stops. That's the fucking issue that I'm having right now, dude. And, like, it was working just fine before. Like, if I may have to figure out how to fucking revert my fucking graphics card driver back.
That's up with your order.
Yeah, which is fucking weird because, like, I was watching it and it was running and then all of a sudden it just stopped. And, like, I don't know if it's gonna fucking work or not. So now it's just like, oh, what do I do here? I have no idea if that's gonna work.
Update.
Dude, after I updated my driver, my graphics card driver, I updated that. And then it broke, and that's when I started doing it. But I don't know. If it happens again, Kevin, I'll obviously call you to fuck back. But we may have fixed it. That might have been the issue, whatever the fuck that was that happened. With that weird new or whatever. I don't know why it's. Huh? Yeah. Well, all I can do is start being a dinosaur. Walk 10 feet. Nope, it crashed. It's gone. My broadcast is gone again. Quit. Wait. It came. Oh no! It says go live. Why? It didn't even fucking say anything. It didn't even give me an error this time. Maybe if I close it. Why does this keep happening, dude? What is happening to me?
Well, if you said you updated your shit, your driver, then that's happening, then it's your driver.
Yeah, well, how do I fix that? How do I? No, that's what I mean. How do I revert back? I can't hear a fucking word Scotty's saying.
That's me.
So I'm just fucking screwed? So I'm just screwed out of fucking streaming then.
I mean, yeah. I mean, for sure.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm yelling to you, dude. Like, over the fact that this is fucking retarded. What if I try software 2x, whatever the fuck? Why did my bit rate change again?
Software 64. It's gonna be your game. You're running off you're streaming off your CPU now.
I'm not running off my CPU. This was just working. I'm not gonna fucking. This is bullshit. Like, that's fucking bullshit. What happens if I'm not playing a game? What if I go over here and go on to YouTube or something? Or no, go to BandLab. What if I go to BandLab?
What if it's the game? That's the game. And that order because we update.
It might, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It might just be, wait, am I live? I am.
Yeah.
Like, maybe it's just that game. Like, maybe that game, like, is...
Well, because I've had that happen when I've had my encoder do too much. Kill my own screen.
I also just, like, changed whatever that was to... This is what I did. I went to output and I changed this software to whatever that... The encoder to software. I changed it to this. Whatever that
that's
is.
your CPU. That's your CPU. You're streaming from your CPU. You won't really know until you actually play a game.
Well, then I should play something...
You're gonna run like shit, or you're streaming with a device manager. Search bar. Right? Even there. Display adapter. Display adapter. Property. Get the right click.
I mean, it brought up the exact same shit.
Go to driver. Go back driver. The driver, or you select the driver number and go to NVIDIA.
Well, now I know how to do that. I can do that. So I'm not going to do that just yet. I want to start a game and see how it runs. I want to see how my live is and shit.
Well, you're still on your CPU.
Well, yeah, obviously. That's what I mean. Like...
Yep. You don't want to stream from your CPU.
Okay.
Especially when you're gaming. Because his CPU is the same as that one. Oh.
Driver. My apps don't work with this driver. Yes. Okay, and then what?
Okay. That's okay. Okay. That's right.
I don't know what
Probably
happened.
gonna start. Yeah. Probably gonna start something. But it's like, yeah. Actually, where to go back to where you would update the GPU. If it says update, then you know you're rolling back. You don't want to click up.
I'm gonna switch everything back and then start the live again and then have you guys watch what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, okay, yeah, this was the one that yeah, okay. Is my live up and running again? Well, this is, I'm hoping that this works. Because, like, as you can see, it needs to be installed again, and I'm not doing that.
I don't think
Now let's try this shit again. Let's see if the fucking game breaks on me again. Oh, also, you're a blue screen, by the way, Kevin.
Oh yeah, it's Leroy set off my computer.
Oh, Leroy, shut your computer off. Okay, that makes sense. And this is where it always breaks now. Like, it's been breaking here lately. Like, before I got in the fucking world and it fucking went 10 feet. Yeah, I think that fucking driver may have been broken.
Yeah, if you ever have a driver update that you noticed happened, or you did it yourself, and something doesn't work right, it's most likely because of that. That was working like previously before you updated.
Yeah, it was literally working earlier today before I fucking did that, so. Let's see if it fucking. Oh god, I'm floating in the sky. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. I have no spawn code. God damn it.
Spawn, the code of Spawn. I don't remember any of the names of anything in that fucking movie, so I can't insert stupid reference here. But anybody who does know, insert stupid reference there.
I found water so I can drown myself. I think
I
this is
need
water. No,
I need a
not.
spawn code.
I'm hungry. Please.
I don't have one,
will
dude,
feed
because
me.
I fucking spawned before and fucking quit the game because like it
Um,
was broken. You know what I mean? I was trying to get the fucking live to work. Now it seems to be working because it would have crashed already. It would have already crashed. I'm a dinosaur trying to kill myself.
Dude. Fucking Kevin.
I can't just drown. That's not an option I have. Drown me. No? Okay. I wish there was a way to kill my dinosaur faster. Like, I can't drown, so, like, I've got to, like, sprint. I can't lose stamina. Okay, there it is. Now it wasn't stamina. I'm just gonna sprint around this fucking water until I'm out of stamina. No, little T-Rexes have, like, endless stamina. There needs to be a way to kill myself. What? No, what? The first thing it did was suicide hotline prevention. Like, dude, I'm trying to kill myself in the game.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be the first. Like, kill yourself in there.
Oh my god, suicide for teens. That's not, no. Arc Survival Evolved. Yep, use a high damage explosive rocket launcher. That's not what I asked for, but you motherfucker. Dude, T-Rexes just can't die. Oh my god. Alright, well, thank you for helping me, Kevin. You fixed it. I'm pretty sure the live's gonna work now, so. I'll let you get back to your live. Talk to you later, buddy. Bye. Alright. I can't kill myself. Like, I don't, it'd probably be easier for us to fucking find each other.
Indeed.
Like, I'm trying really hard, but my stamina just won't
I have
go
no
away.
qualms finding you. Not a big deal.
I'm heading south. Wait, I heard a pig. I might be able to get killed by this pig if I can find it.
I already spawned.
Oh, okay. Wait, you send me a spawn code. Maybe I can fucking log out and use it.
No, because your dinosaur's still alive. Your dinosaur would have to be dead.
That's retarded. That's retarded.
I think I'm, I don't know, in the swamp or something. I honestly don't know. But I'm little and I'm scared.
You're not as little as you think. You're
No,
about the
we're
size of-
pretty little. We're 50 kilograms or 120 pounds. We're little.
Nope, there it goes. As soon as I stopped talking to Kevin, the fucking live crashed. It did it again. Why is this doing this to me? Why am I not allowed to stream, dude? I'm closing fucking island. I'm done. Just play by yourself, buddy. I'm sorry. I can't stream. I literally can't stream. There's nothing I can do. It did it again. It did it again. I think I'm banned from streaming, dude.
Literally said it was your encoder. That was the only warning message you got. The only thing you can try to do is reinstall Streamlabs completely.
But then I'd have to fucking log into all that shit again. And I don't remember any of that. I mean, Streamlabs does need an update, it says. And I have refused to update it, but maybe I should update the Streamlab. I'm gonna have to stream on fucking Discord. I'm gonna have to go on. Yeah, tell Scotty I'm gonna need his help or something, cause like I need assistance.
I don't know either. He just told you about the driver. He doesn't know about streaming. He doesn't stream.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm still gonna fucking live stream in Toker's thing so y'all can see this.
The thing I can think of is you're gonna have to re-download Streamlabs. Try else.
I'm gonna see. I think it's. I want to see if it's just that game.
The game as well. Try something else.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. Bio Inc. instead. I'm gonna see if that fucking, because like maybe it's just that fucking, maybe the game is running too hard and my stream isn't able to handle. I don't know, but it was working the other day, which makes no sense.
And NVIDIA GPU overload exceptions usually are just like a hard restart of the system. Like everything stops, the screen goes black, your computer boots up fresh from like BIOS. Because mine does that sometimes, because like it's all like geeked up, and when voltage dips weird, it occasionally crashes, and it just like your florps.
Incoming ad break.
Well, Toker's saying that if it was my Jeep or if it was my fucking graphics card, it would all just go black.
Or like blue screen, or you know, a more like computer related.
Yeah, it's something with the encoder.
That's what your warning was.
Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah, it says something about the encoder. And yet, like, for some reason, it was working just fine for a little while there. Which is fucking weird, because it was just working. Like, you've seen it running and being perfectly fine, and all of a sudden it crashes out of nowhere again. Alright, so fucking broken. Oh, he's having unprotected sex. He got hepatitis. I mean, this is a very simple game. Like, if the thing crashes the bitrate here, then I don't fucking know. Maybe it's my camera, too. I have my camera on.
Bitrate has nothing to do with the game itself.
It's saying something about my encoder isn't fucking doing bits or whatever. If it crashes again, I'm going to read it again. But it might just be that game. It might just be Island. And I'm hoping that's the case. You know what I mean? I'm hoping it's not actually my live just like fucking dying and ending all the time like this. I also switched it to the new, I think. I forgot. Oh, let me see. Yeah, I switched it to new because the other one broke again.
That's not even a crouch. That's so stupid. The T-Rex, when you do the crouch, it basically just like tips its upper body forwards and doesn't even like squat its legs. It basically
about
just
right.
rotates at the hip like a chicken trying to peck the ground.
Start tearing into this guy's fucking digestive system. I got my phone in front of me for Kevin and my stream. You're getting Crohn's, you piece of shit. Damn it, 21. 21 fucking points to give this motherfucker colon cancer.
Give him Josh Brolin cancer.
He's not got colon cancer, he's in the emergency room. Can't give him a lupus. Everything just started shutting down on him. There was his nerves, skeletal immune system. He's dead. All right, I played a full game of Bio Inc. All right, now will fucking Samson Simpson fucking break my fucking live? So far, it's been that one game that broke my life. And this is going to say that my driver's out of date. But whatever.
Got up, moo goat. I don't know what bush you're in, mooing at me, you piece of shit.
You piece of shit. Ooh. Oh God, that is terribly laggy.
I want to talk to Clamson.
Yeah, that's really fucking bad, dude. Why is my
Chow
bit, dude? My
dare.
bit rate is laggy as fuck. Okay, it looks to be evening out right now. Nah, dude. Why is my stream is running real slow.
Very much
6,000 bit. It's
chippledy
not.
chop.
Yeah, how do I fix that? What's the issue? Is that the bit
I
rate?
don't know. I take all my questions to Kevin.
That's who I'm talking to.
Oh.
Kevin, why is my live all
Tell
chippy
Kevin I
choppy
say
like
hi,
that?
Kevin.
Doesn't look like it looks like you're dropping frames.
Well, that's a solid
Why would I
point.
be
Were you
dropping frames?
dropping frames? Was it chonky on your screen?
No, I don't see it on my screen. It looks fucking fluid. It looks buttery. There's nothing wrong.
Yeah,
Huh?
you should have a warning. You have a warning somewhere on your Streamlabs. Oh, you can't see it. You don't have it set up. So it'll show you like bitrate, dropped frames.
Frames detected 26. Yeah, skip frames 26%. No.
Oh, my knee. That was pain.
Unsuitable encoder settings. Lower your encoder settings. Ensure that you don't have any other applications open that have it.
Go to your video.
Huh?
Go to your video. Just want to see. Go to stream. This is that. Advance.
Oh, that's fucking ocean water. I'm killing myself.
Do that. Chemically change bitrate. Wait, let me see if I have that on. was going to help anything, but no, I did not have it on. Never mind. No, don't touch it. Yeah.
It's acting like my bit rate is dropping. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird because like on my what I'm seeing is perfectly fine, but when
What's your CPU running at while you're playing this game and streaming?
I don't know how am I hold on. I'm get,
They got a task manager. Looks good. Alright, fine right now. Performance. No, it's only a 50. No, it's only 50.
yeah, dude.
Did you know you can pet
Oh
me?
shit.
Check out the pet cafe.
I mean, the stream didn't crash, but I mean the little hiccups and stutters and shit of it. There's a car I stole randomly the other day. Yeah, you see how it's like getting weird frame skips and shit? It's gonna be real bad in the car. Okay, every now and again I'm getting slight hiccups and like frame skips.
On the stream though, you're gaming like you gaming it is alright.
Yeah, me gaming is fine. Yeah, it's only on the stream.
Something on the streaming game. Something with Streamlabs, something with the encoder, like I said.
I may have to increase my bit rate. That might have to be, you know what I mean? I might have to bring it to like 8,000 instead of 6.
Twitch doesn't like anything above 6.
Okay, never mind. Then I have to, maybe I have to lower it to like 5.
No, your bitrate, you're not. I don't see any bitrate issues. It looks smooth. You're getting the skipped frames. They're different. Like right there, that got skippy.
Yeah, what is that issue then?
But it was still smooth. It wasn't like pixelated. I have no idea. I get that too sometimes, but not that consistent.
And this didn't do this before. This is something that just happened ever since I fucking updated the driver and then rolled it back. It's like I updated the driver, that shit started breaking, and then now this is happening. I need to get somewhere where I can fight. Well, I just flipped upside down like a lunatic. I don't see anybody to fight over here, so... There's one of those sandwich fucking boards. There's 188 of those. There's people to fight. I didn't get to see if that was laggy.
I didn't.
Alright. Well, none of this matters anyway. I was just testing to see if it fucking runs. It runs. So it's just the island that crashes like that, then.
I mean, you've tested like 3 games. But the island is a fairly heavy loaded game.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring. I don't know what else to
What else do
tell.
you have that's high demanding?
Huh?
What else do you have that's high demanding?
I don't know what else would be high demandy. Would you consider this high demandy?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what would be high demandy. I don't really have anything that's high demand, like maybe 0 hour. I haven't even played 0 hour. Oh, maybe Ghost of Tsushima. This might be high demandy because there's, huh?
That. Yeah. Let's try to think of something, like big open world, kind of like the Isle, big map.
I don't know if that's gonna fucking do anything or whatever. Fucking with any of that shit and play. Let's see if it fucking works. Why do I not see me? Skibbledy dibbledy. Skibbledy dibbledy. Okay, I see me. Ghost of Tsushima takes a really long time to start, though. I like to slap my juice. I like to slap my juice. Only if it's concentrated.
Concentrated juice?
Yeah, I don't like concentrated juice. I like to grab my fucking goddamn edges and squeeze the juice directly into my eyeballs. It's the only way I drink my juice. You gotta drink it with your eyes.
That's the correct way to do it. Keep doing it that way.
I like getting my juice specially squeezed from Indian hand. And use the hand as a filter.
You use your ham as a filter?
Yeah.
You only drink ham juice?
Now, see, that's high class right there. Filter all your fruit juices through ham.
Through ham? Yeah. I would do it as well. I should do it through bacon.
No, you drink it through a bacon straw.
Oh, drink the juice through a bacon straw that's been filtered through ham. Wake in the morning and I drink my juice, but my juice is made
probably
out
gonna
of
kill
ham
me,
juices. A juice ham. You gotta ham your juice.
Oh,
a juice
it didn't
ham.
kill me, but it hurt real bad.
It's compiling shaders and it hates me.
It's crumping.
PE in their eyes. That's so weird that the island was working the other day, letting me stream it for hours, and now all of a sudden it's just broken. Like, what's up with that?
I mean, I doubt it's the game. But I mean, it could be. It is early access.
I mean,
Potentially unoptimized. You know, oh, any number of factors could play into that shit. Or there's nothing wrong with the game, and it's just like a derpy setting being retarded. Like, yeah, you never really know.
true.
The best you can do is dig through crash logs and error files and what have you, and dust crap and shoots it.
I'm still over here compiling shaders. Jesus.
Oh, crump 'em.
This game might end up crashing the fucking thing because of the amount of shaders needed.
Well, I'm actually probably doing it right now because this is probably pushing. Like I noticed when I would do that with Forza, my CPU would be, what the hell? Went around and would probably show it more.
Yeah, I mean, I ran around in fucking Island for like, I don't know, 4 minutes there, and then it crashed. So. That's why when I went running around for 10 minutes in fucking Samson, I was like, okay, it's 10 minutes done. I had this set to hard before, and I fucking just changed it. I forgot how to play this game. I forgot how to play this. Got him, finally. Holy fuck. Well, that was very demanding, and the game should have...
Give me for a half.
Oh my god, I just slapped my fucking... I'm so sorry.
I'm unfollowing you.
My horse. I forgot how to fucking play this game. Yeah, they killed me, dude, because I don't know how to fucking play the game anymore. Like, fucking run. Yeah, I got fucking slaughtered, dude. Because again, I don't remember how to play the game. No, I thought I
Nice
was
to
supposed
meet
to
you.
fucking kill
I'm Perk60 Wolf. Don't
all
forget
these
to
fucking
follow.
people.
Incoming ad break.
I don't.
Beat that game.
Ow, my knee exploded. This game's good. Okay. This is the closest I can get to it. Why couldn't I do a standoff? Okay. Okay, so that's 4 games now. And one is extremely high demanding, I want to say more high demanding than the Isle.
Not really.
So, yeah. The
Probably
beauty
not.
and sun and shade, like, dude, do you see how beautiful this game is? It was goddamn gorgeous. There's so much going on.
That doesn't necessarily make it heavy.
Well, I don't know what else would be heavy.
Things with big maps that are asset heavy.
Well, this has a humongous map that is asset heavy. And you can see like a lot of the map from many parts of the map. You can't see all of the map, but you can see a lot of it.
It's like 11 square miles. It's like basic mid-range map size. It's like old Far Cry games, most things like that. Yeah. Leg, can you stop being broken already? My God.
The leg cannot stop being broken because the leg is forever broken. Where the fuck are we going?
Your balls.
Going to my balls? Ow, what the fuck is that? That shouldn't have hurt. That was retarded. I'm dead. I killed myself. There's nothing I can do. Oh, cool. I could just jump right off. All right. The water saved me. All right, we're gonna fight this last fucking samurai guy. Oh shit. This is a real duel too. I'm probably gonna get murdered.
Okay, never mind. I retract my original statement. The map of Ghosts of Tsushima is tiny. It's roughly 12, maybe 15% the size of the map of the Isle. Ghost of Tsushima converts out to 28 1.2 square kilometers, while the Isle map is 225 square kilometers. So, yeah, I wouldn't say heavy in the same way. That's wild, though. That's a fairly big-ass map. I didn't think this place was that... Why do I need to dig? I can literally go in its burrow. Let me just eat it in its home.
What? Bullshit. I should have killed him. Your mother's a man. Yeah, whatever, dude. Fucking walk up and kill me. This is the most retarded thing I've ever seen in my life. Okay. Okay. Okay, he's just able to fucking always fucking hit me on some bullshit. Like, alright. Just every fucking time hit me. Like, alright. That's bullshit. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yep. I mean, that's just some stupid shit. It's not even difficult, it's just dumb. Yep. The fucking parry doesn't work in this game. Like, as soon as I parry, I should stab him once and kill him. Like, my sword should go straight through him, kill him instantly. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Nice to meet you. I'm Perk60 Wolf. Don't forget to follow.
What? He pushed me and fucking I died. Abandoned duel, yep. Play this another time because I'm clearly not in a fucking mood right now because of all the fucking bullshit. I'm just trying to get my fucking goddamn live to not crash like it was before. So far it's been working. I don't know what's my most demanding game. Maybe Lost Rift. That might be the next most demanding.
No, that map is small.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't have any demanding games. Everything else is small. That's literally the only game I had. So, that's that. I don't know what to say. Booty juice, wet booty juice. You know what I'm saying? But that's down now. Hey, Moosey Duck with the duck in your goose.
Yep.
I'm gonna run and take a piss while I let this meat, but. God damn it. Oh, hopefully this shit don't crash. You gotta go potty? Yeah.
Welcome, Exile Turtle.
Hey, Exiled. How you doing, man? How you doing?
Black shoes and your shoes get slammed.
Is this the puddle? I don't know. I think this was where
You've
the
never
water
puddled
was.
a day in your life.
I was sworn this was where the water was.
Nah, you've never puddled a day
I
in your life.
know. No, maybe over here. Maybe it was this one over here. My chicken gave me salmonella.
Good. You kind of deserved it.
That's rude. I'm just a boy.
No, you're just a monster that runs around being a monster, doing
I got these little arms.
boosh. You know, they're horrible. They're evil little arms.
I mean, yeah. We're doing no
They're
magic.
evil little arms doing evil things with their evil like nubbins. Evil. That is chicken and it's got no damn eyes. That's because Joker fucking sucked out its eyes. He
I got
held
these
it
little
down
arms.
with his nubby arms.
You leave my nubbies out of this.
No, your nubbies got brought into this when you brought your fucking nubbies into this. You get your nubbies the fuck out of here. Blown out booty with your blown out eyes. What? Yeah, foofer. Oh man, I hope that mouse PI doesn't crash my shit.
Mouse PI. I forgot about that game.
Yeah, I got like 2 weeks until it's out.
Mouse PI detecting.
That moose, that pig, and the dog and the cow. Bullshit, because I wanted to run around as a dinosaur and go. Fuck it. I'm killing people.
Good time. Good time.
It is. It is a good game. BioInc is phenomenal.
I need a small,
It's
defenseless
simplistic, but-
animal that won't beat me up or run faster than me. Because most of them just beat me up
I
and then
mean,
run
good luck with
faster
that
than
one.
me. Basically, bunny rabbit, chicken, then whatever those little things that dig the burrows are. But they are like the hardest to catch because, like, I got to chase them for a hot minute and like bite them repeatedly.
And then
Or
they
like the
dig a
chickens
burrow.
and the bunnies are like a single bite. These guys take some work. Well, I need food. I froed up. So now I need to get food so I don't.
Okay, I'm gonna make all risk factors be 15% stronger, and that's gonna be good because I'm gonna make them old. Oh, this is Jane Doe? No, this game is ruined. Hold on, back. Why is this a woman? I'm supposed to be killing John. Fuck you, John! You piece of shit! John Smith!
You little bastard.
Hey, chicken nuggets with them nuggets in your eyes. You got them nuggets? Yeah, it's no damn surprise. I poop inside you while you fucking cried. Oh.
Look at this. I no longer have throw up sickness. It's a
The
double
best way
win.
to get rid of throw up sickness is to just throw up.
Well, no, I like ate too much of the chicken and threw up because I ate too much. So then I had like vomit sickness as like a residual side effect of having thrown up. So I went and drank water because obviously I threw up a bunch of my water. And then I went and chased down one of them burrow things. And by the time I caught
Oh,
it,
they want me to terminate all systems. Oh shit, this is gonna be really hard. Well, we'll go for risk factors. We're gonna make them old,
I see a chicken over there.
malnourished.
Why are you coming at me, chicken? Why are you doing it?
Take you mine. Give them a fear of doctors, make them live out in the middle of nowhere. U.S. away from life. I picked some fucking risk factors that don't cause him to get sick right away. I just like you for the smile. Good morning. But I'm willing to home.
So, it's the fool, man.
Hey,
Hey.
Man, I do goofy little arms, and I only got 2 fingers.
okay. Give him some leukemia.
Leukemia.
Yeah. Break your pretty face.
Eat that man's bones.
Damn, he's already going to
I'm
the fucking
hungry.
doctor.
Please
God
sub-so
damn,
he will
dude, I
feed
didn't
me.
even fucking start anything yet. Choke yourself to sleep.
I'm gonna choke myself all right, but not to sleep. Climax.
Nice.
Yeah. And then to death after that.
What a lovely time.
You little shit. perfect diet. Oh, yeah, perfection. I need to find more of them crabs. They're super small. They're like a bite. Very little food. And you'll keep from upsetting my delicate baby tummy. I'm just a boy.
Ad break.
Come on, drink the water. Okay, T-Rex, super not agile. Like can sprint, just like pull out for a long time, but not super fast and not super great at turning. In fact, if you try to do multiple quick turns, you kind of just end up standing in place, turning like crap.
I did it. I
You
beat the
did it.
fucking doctors.
Fuck them doctors. Put the
Yeah,
stethoscope
dude,
in
now
their
I'm at
butt.
terminal
Listen
victims.
to them shit.
I had to race against the AI again. Fuck that.
Some just hooped and hollered at me.
Nice. That's not what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do. Oh, that shit was weird.
Bro, T-Rexes grow so fucking slow. Oh my Jesus.
I believe it.
It's wild.
Oh, it's not.
Fucking
That's not
wild.
bad stuff.
Fuck you mean? It's at 28%. And I've got perfect diet with a 126% growth rate. Like massively boosted growth rate, and I'm only at 28%.
Yeah, but you also end up being 9,000 kilos. So,
I mean, yeah.
So, I mean,
Just saying, they grow slow.
yeah,
And if you maintain the perfect diet, you'll be even bigger than the 9,000 kilos.
nice. Into the bot.
What it needs for a prime diet is like basic ass shit, bro. Those little burrow dinosaurs, a deer, a rabbit, a chicken, like basic ass AI bullshit. I mean, other player dinosaurs too, but you can totally get by with just some AI bullshit. Like, in the A, you got boar, you got crab. In the B, you got deer, chicken, and rabbit. In the Y, you got gallimimus, goat, and sea turtle. I don't know what all these other things are.
I really wanted to play that, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Unfortunate, but you know, it happens. Drivers are weird, and sometimes they...
It's not just the driver, dude.
Whatever.
It's like Streamlab itself is being fucky with that. And
Well,
weird.
it's basically the
It's
same
only
thing.
that one.
Streamlab update. They're just pretty much drivers. Like drivers are just things that tell components how to act. So like programs are basically the same thing, but they tell themselves how to act. But yeah, drivers are just the software of hardware. So like
I do like Space Pirates and Zombies. I think it's great. I wish Space Pirates and Zombies 2 wasn't trash though. The problem is not the personal. Goddamn personal is phenomenal. Hit it the boy. Tucker's dead.
I'm dead. Oh no. When did this happen? Who did it? Who did it? Was it you, weird little burrowing dinosaur who shows no fear?
It was. It was the weird, boring dinosaur that shows no fear.
He's got to be in his burrow and just like a rendering bug.
It is a rendering bug, and I can tell you right now why it's a rendering bug. It's because fuck that goddamn fake ass dinosaur. You should have eaten it by now.
He's
And
in
it
his
has no
burrow.
feet.
I gotta dig him out. I think I'm just gonna try attacking this deer. Wait, how much do I weigh? I only weigh 68 kilograms. I'm fucked. It's gonna take a long ass. I'm gonna just hang out with this guy. He seems chill.
Yeah, he does seem like a good little guy.
We're friends now. He just a boy.
You both just the boy.
Right, we both just the boy. We just the boy.
Right. Them together equal one boy.
Right, yeah, like wait, you like together you're just one? We just the boy.
Right. We just the boy. Our minds melded together. We just the boy.
I don't think
We
my
one
buddy
boy.
here has a mind.
Exactly. That's why it made it so easy for you to meld with his mind, because there wasn't one. That's what makes you just one boy. It logically fits. You did the boy.
Back.
Moose, moose, duck, duck, pig, pig, goose. I kind of want to play 0 hour. I'm not gonna, but I kind of wanna. Been a long, long time I've been smoking marijuana. You know what I'm saying? In the words of motherfucking Afro Man, takes me
I
out
don't
of
like
my
that
mental
deer went
control and
running
places
by. Why
you
was it
know
afraid?
about.
What were you afraid of, deer? Are we in danger?
Yeah, I was afraid of you. That deer did not trust your giant head and stubby fingers. Look at them little things. Gross. Ugh. Alright, I'm gonna call it on the stream for now. I do need to force myself to try and sleep, so I'm gonna take like 3 more dabs. And then try and skibbity bap myself to fucking slap, because I need to go get groceries. And that's gonna be a fucking ordeal with my mudda. And then
You're gonna get your card information stolen 8 times.
no, because I have to go to the fucking bank and get cash.
The bank's gonna steal your information.
It's her information. She's the one who's getting her
Right,
information.
she's going. The bank's gonna steal her identity. Like, I need to take money out of my account. Like, what account? That's my account.
Right?
Like, what?
You mean
Oh,
our
yeah.
account? This is a new M&T account. It's only M&T. It's already had stuff in there, but it's ours. Like what? Yeah.
Right, no give backs.
Yeah,
They
what?
just close the window. But you're
Right,
like inside
it's
the
like-
place still.
But,
We'll just ignore you
but
then.
we were at PNC. Like, yeah, no, now it's an M&T account. Like, wait, what? They just give it to a different bank. It's like, no, now it's a fucking Citizens. It's a Chase account now. Like, wait, what? It's like, what? How? I gotta do a dab. I'm gonna fucking get this butane ladder filled up with some butanes.
I'm at 30%. Yay, I'm just a boy.
They just one bought.
All right, we did the boy. No, I'm pretty sure my friend here is actually a full-grown man, probably middle-aged. He's just small.
No, he's like 362,000 years old. He's
He might
ancient.
be. I don't know how long,
He's just a
whatever the hell he is,
fossilized. No,
lives.
he's a fossilized creature that you think is moving, but you have Alzheimer's and Parkinson's.
Nice.
Doesn't even know he's a fucking dinosaur. But yeah, I'm gonna end my live, y'all. I'm out. I wonder if that was. I wonder if I had to pick the new one.
Mm.
I don't know. I'm not gonna try, dude. I'm not gonna bother. Like not right now. It's like 3 in the fucking morning. I gotta fucking wake up in like 4 hours. I can't fucking sleep. Yeah, it's annoying.
Oh, that's nightmare fuel. If I had to see it, so do you.
Wait, what? What happened? What did you send me? Why do I feel like it's gonna be offensive? I hate it. I hate it. I'm done. I hate it. It's just me. I'm done. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I called the offense. I could smell his offensiveness before it ever even seen my eyes. You piece of shit. You piece of shit. Go fuck
It's fat
yourself.
little fingers.
Fuck you. I'm reporting this live.
Fuck.
That's some funny shit. That's some
Yeah,
funny fucking
I'm following that, dude, because that's horrible. I'm just gonna start spamming them to dark anytime I come across one.
Oh, that'll be great. He'll fucking shit his pants in anger. Eight minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, 59 seconds. Jesus.
ZZZZ.
Oh God, they're all horrible.
Yeah, usually they are. You better not have sent me another one. You piece of shit. I don't even want to look at it. The Rattata is so bad.
Bro, it is.
He looks just like
He
Rattata.
does, and it's horrible. And like I hate it, but it's also hilarious. In like an I hate it kind of a way.
There's Psyduck. Oh my god, Psyduck is just Sean Jr.
Oh my god, I need to see it.
Yeah, dude, literally looks just like Sean Jr., but way too fat. Like Sean Jr.'s more like way skinnier, but with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. Oh my god. That's fucking horrible. They're all horrible. Is that a dick on his face? Are you sure Sean Jr. isn't Zapdos?
Yeah, no, Sean Jr. is Oh god, the Lickitung is terrible.
So is the Tangela. And the Weeping Bell. The Weeping Bell is heinous. He has extra nipples. All the spots are extra nipples. Yeah, were those thumbs? Those were thumbs.
The Bellsprout's terrible.
Oh, it is. It's heinous.
Look at the Tentacruel. The Tentacruel's disgusting.
Yeah, Sean Jr. with extra arms.
Yeah.
Nipples on his head.
Dude, Mr. Mime is nasty too.
It is.
Oh, the Snorlax one is just me.
It just.
Oh god, Gengar is horrifying.
The Snorlax one is the only one that looked happy. All the other ones look like they're in like agonizing pain. Even the ones that are smiling look like they're actually just in agony. Like they look like existence is pain. Oh, there's another you. Fucking ditto. Eyes and chin on a chest.
The Magikarp is fucking ridiculous. Dude, he makes terribly horrifying, horribly terrifying things.
He does. But like they're also funny. In like a really weird way. I think it's because you like slowly watch it morph into it. I think that's the part that makes it so like hypnotizing. Is that like Animorph's fucking transition.
The egg one's ridiculous.
He made himself a Bulbasaur. Okay, that man smoked pot. The Bulbasaur one confirms it. Because the card has smoke on it. And that smoke was acrid.
Send it to me.
Those
other ones.
The Charmeleon's horrible.
Oh god. Charizard's horrible too.
Probably. A lot of them are just horrible. What inspired this man to do these horrible
He's
things?
turning himself into a shark. It's, oh my god. Him turning himself into a shark.
turning himself into a wasp, bro. All of his content is just him turning himself into shit.
Himself into stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, where did he get this idea and why is it heinous?
Because it's great.
The Charizard is horrible. The
Yeah.
Charaman. Yeah.
Oh, that is not all of his content.
No, but it looks like that's probably the stuff that most revenue. Yeah, that stuff has way more views than any of his like other content. Like a random joke about where does a sheep get a haircut? 1.8 thousand views. Video of him turning himself into, it looks like a random bird. 624,000 views. Oh, the feet are all fingers.
Yeah.
He turned himself into the fucking cover of the Crocodile Hunter, and he is everything. He's Steve Irwin, he's the crocodile Steve Irwin is holding, and he's the crocodile on the ground.
Dude, did you ever see
Nice
The
to
Sandlot?
meet you. I'm
The what?
60 Wolf. Don't forget
The movie
to follow.
The Sandlot.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, look at what this kid's up to now. Dude. He's like, you're killing me, Smalls.
Oh, yeah, that dude, Patrick Renna.
Yeah, he's fucking hilarious, dude. He did a thing where he's like, when you're stressed out, when you had a rough day but you don't smoke, he walks outside with like a fucking a little thing of McDonald's French fries and acts like he's gonna smoke it. Oh, dude, it's great. I had to see it. You have to see it. We deal with this.
I've seen it before.
I know you have. Oh my God! Why would you do that?
Do what?
I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Now I'm scared. Oh no.
Yeah, this motherfucker
Yeah.
just put his whole hand.
Yeah,
like, what?
That's just like scalding sugar goop. That no, it wasn't magically delicious. That was the dumbest thing you could have done. That's hot and sticky.
You can deal with this as well. I had to see it. You have to see it.
Oh, that's Olima Omega. I see his shit all the time, and this is way old.
That's
That
not
dude's
what I
videos
thought.
are fucking great, though. Olima Omega, fucking
I have
hilarious.
no idea what you're talking. I was talking about the Asian guy who ripped things out with his butthole.
I don't know. You sent me a video of like a man in an old man costume.
It probably glitched and fucking had a different.
No, that's that weird. That's that weird dude who pulls papers out of things, often using his butt,
Yeah.
focusing on his genitals.
Yeah.
He's an odd one.
my God. That's a good. Oh my God. That stick while he's fucking. Wait, is this man making beats and cooking food? That was fun. He literally cooked.
Incoming ad break.
That was insane. You look at that, you look at that. Look at it, you laugh.
Fucking churdleys.
That's sick. This is just dope looking, dude. It'd probably hurt to shoot if it actually fired, but I highly doubt it does. Probably just like some decorative shit.
I have something that looks probably 10 times sketchier than that, and it's an actual gun. I refuse to watch it shit. That is a disaster.
Jim Carrey. Oh my god, that was the coolest bunny you'll ever see in your life. This old lady and her bunny.
Smoking bent, like, whoa.
Dude, they do. I swear to God, look at it.
Yeah, Rabbit's drunk.
Bet.
Ah,
Just wait, dude. It's better.
atrocious.
Mooses have a duck now. Duckies have a chicken. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. Bye.
Obese.
I'm hungry, please sub so he will feed me. Feel free to chat, this stream engages with viewers. Incoming ad break. DZZZ.
Oh my god, bro. The growth is so painful. Oh, we're up to almost 500 pounds. That's something. That's something. We're making progress. Just chilling in the pit.
Welcome, Hapfeld.
It's a pretty good time. It's a pretty good time. Being a dinosaur is, I mean, some of them are really, really hard. I'm gonna be honest. Like the weird little one that drops down out of trees, bro. Their start is not kind, bro. Nature was not kind to them. But it's a fairly fun time. Some of them take a really long time, like the T-Rex here. I've been at this for a good while, and well, I had the perfect diet, but heard you, chicken. Chicken's decent food. Boar would be better. I don't think I've heard of boar though. And the fog is brutal. Just absolutely brutal. How you been though, Hab? How you been? That's good. That's good. Wait, there's a chicken back there. Chicken, where are you? I think the water was down this way. I'm so disoriented by this fog. There should be a like crack in the wall. Yeah, right here. The water should be right around here somewhere. Oh, that's good. That's good. Look beyond all reason. Hold up. Is it on Steam? I've learned to start asking that because like some things aren't on Steam. Pirate Game has the event running. Makes sense. It's not on Steam. See? Why? Why app? Then I'll use my phone. Beyond all reason. That looks cool. It's all Command and Conquer. That looks like a good time. That's kind of cool. I thought this tree branch was a chicken. I don't know why that like one end of it from that angle. I don't know. It didn't look like part of the tree branch. It looked like a chicken. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I was supposed to be working on the event in War Thunder, but like I messed up the first leg of it, and I was like, nah, never mind. And I don't really need a B-52 bomber, and it's not exactly something that would get much use in the game. It was just kind of cool. But, you know, no big loss, really.
Is everyone doing today?
I heard you, Piggy. Yeah, it's not a bad game. The only thing that's a little hard to get used to is there's no map, which, you know, makes sense. Dinosaurs don't have maps. And, like, that bar at the top, while you hold the Q button, the sniff, that's kind of, like, the only thing you have to orient yourself. The little up swoosh is north, and the little down swoosh is south, and the symbols kind of just indicate biomes. Oh yeah, the birds, they're hard to survive, like in the beginning, because they're so small, and you can't really eat much other than like the little schools of fish in the lakes and stuff. But the big lake is generally not really where you spawn as one of those. And getting even to a lake is one of those can be fairly difficult. And then every like waking moment is just terror, because like when you're eating, you're on the ground, at least until you get bigger. Once you get decently big, you can kind of pick up the small stuff like chickens, the bunnies. I don't know about the deer and stuff, but at least the smaller things you can pick up. And then at least, yeah, like pick them up and drop them or carry them up to safe places to eat them. But in the beginning, man, it is just super dangerous, because you pretty much have to fly around and just hope to find a pond. But you have very little stamina. So like, it's a baby, so it doesn't have a whole lot of stamina. So in the beginning, you can't really fly very far. And it's rough. They have a really rough early life too, like the weird Herrerasaurus. A sea turtle? It is. Was it Burnt Peanut in them? Because I think they're usually Tarkov players. And I believe he recently was playing this too, so it had a big uptick in its popularity again. No, it's a cool game, especially like if you like dinosaurs. Oh, landmark. Well, that's cool. That's cool. It's good to see things like this weird, obscure game getting some life breathed back into it, because it hit some hard times, and it kind of exists in a strange reality. Because like to play the game, you don't even run the like original official version of the game. As far as like Steam's concerned, you're like running on the experimental branch. And during the boycott of Tarkov, what did Tarkov do this time? I swear every time I turn around, I can hear Tarkov getting boycotted again for this or that. He just really liked to upset people, it would seem. The growth rate is brutal. Oh, yeah, yeah. I bought both when they were like big on sale when they hit Steam, so like I didn't really care that they charged for both, but that's just because like it was heavily discounted. But I could see why that would annoy people. Realistically, if they wanted to do that, they should have done what Star Citizen did. Oh God, no. Oh no, no, no. When I bought it massively on sale when it hit Steam. I didn't buy the like super crazy ultra mega version. I just bought like, you know, the normal game and the PvE part. But yeah, Star Citizen kind of did something like that, and they got a little bit of flack for it, but the reason they did it was like it was an ongoing project and early access, you know, blah blah, GoFundMe funded development and all that kind of thing. Forget what the word is, crowdsourced funding, you know, that kind of thing. Well, a big portion of the community wanted like a single player story game, basically. And a huge portion of the community wanted like an open world MMO that's like ongoing development and blah, blah, blah. So basically, they just continued working on the MMO portion of it and
nice to meet you.
Took
I'm
what they had
60
developed
Wolf.
in
Don't
the
forget to follow.
MMO and trimmed out what they needed to make the single player story version of it. And they just like released that as an entirely like different game. And then they kept the main project for going towards the you know, the MMO version of it, because that was what won the vote. So like, you know, they did it purely democratically. They asked the player base in a vote over the course of however long, and ongoing development MMO won out. But the people who bought in on the way and wanted the single player, you know, they still deserved something. So they did both. They didn't just like up and abandon a portion of it. So they got a little bit less flack. But I can see why Tarkov would get flack for that, because it's like, bro, it's a PvE mode. Like how it should be a mode. It really shouldn't be like a whole extra thing. Well, to be fair though, Star Citizen, I would say, really isn't a money grab. Now, in a lot of ways, you could argue it is a money grab because there's dozens of like specialty packs you can buy, and some of those bundles go up into the like dozens of thousands of dollars, and all they are is in-game stuff. But the reason I would say they're not really a money grab is there's nothing that forces you to buy them, and all of those ships are gainable just in the game through normal playing the game and earning the normal in-game space dollarinos. You know, you earn up, I don't know, I'm gonna totally make up numbers right here, but like you earn up, you know, 150 million space dollarinos, and you can essentially buy the same ship that person paid 48,000 real life dollars for in the game. So nothing is actually behind a paywall. You can get into Star Citizen for just the basic $45 whatever, and you have access to everything. You may have to play the game to earn the money to afford the super badass ship, but you don't have to pay any actual money for it. Any of the pay money for stuff is just for people to save themselves time, and it helps, you know, fund the continual development of a game that I believe at this point is already 700 million or more invested into the development. Oh, no, Star Citizen has more support and content coming out like regularly, and you don't have to pay for any of it.
Break.
All of the ongoing development is funded by the people buying time save packs and stuff like that. None of the microtransactions in that game are pay to win stuff that other people can't get. All it ever is like save you some time, which I would argue is the only reasonable form of microtransaction. When you've got like, oh, you can only get this super badass thing by paying money. No, that's totally predatory, and developers that do that should eat just the biggest piece of shit ever. But a lot of people give the Star Citizen developers a ton of flack because they see things like a ship pack that's 48,000 real world dollars, and you know, the sheer shock of seeing that just like hit you like money grab scam, you know what I mean? Because it's just such a wildly big number. And all it really gets you is access to like their lame little Admiral Club, which is like a third party little online group of whatever, and you know, totally just turbo nerdery. None of it gives anyone an upper hand in the game. So like you know, if someone wants to drop 48 grand so they can join the imaginary captain's club of the space game so that they can go sit in a fucking private chat with all the other whale, you know, hey, that's their thing. You ain't gonna catch me dishing out no $48,000 for a ship. But I have upgraded how much I was into it little by little over time. Like I tried it at the $45 point. I liked it. So to support the development, I upgraded the pack. I don't remember exactly what, like 70, 80, something like normal game price or whatever. Because like I get it, you know, things that... Right? Yeah, exactly. I don't want to pay $60 for a ship. Which you know, you don't have to. You buy in at the $45 point. Which they basically, I mean, I guess technically you do buy your first ship for like $30. It's like $15 access to the game and $30 on one of the ships. But it's mainly just how you're picking your starter ship. Like, it's just kind of the way the game's coded. I don't think you can just like pay 15 and be on it. But whenever it does go full release, I believe it's supposed to be like free to play. And then, you know, like most free to plays have like a, I don't know, some sort of subscription or something. How'd the chest roll for you? Was it good stuff? Did you win big? Did I forget what the crazy one in the chests is called? Bro, I swear I drank a little bit of ocean water by mistake and I have been fluid deficient for hours. Oh, I forgot that that there's like multiple types of chests. Oh yeah, the drop rates like on stuff like that are always horrible. I never. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, that's not terrible odds, like 11 chests per ship. Could be worse. Mm. That's pretty good though. I mean, you probably don't really need a lot of much of that stuff, but like, yeah, free stuff is free stuff. Arguably, it's not really free, but you get what I mean. You get what I mean. You don't have to work for it at all. I mean, that's true. That's smart. That's smart. Why is it a great diet? My diet should be perfect. I don't know where there's any gastropods around here so I can like empty my stomach, but I want to eat this turtle. That's funny. It's like, no, no, and disappear into the light. I was like, what? God, what's that character's name? Is it Dennis Nedry? It is. God, why do I remember that?
ZZZ.
I still turn like a fucking truck, but oh, my dinosaur's getting faster, up to almost 400 kilograms. That's pretty good. Started out at like 50 or like 60 or something. Just horrible. I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger though. People are just mad that you're smarter than they are. You got the tactic down. Right? Yeah, exactly. They're like, you're a coward. You didn't 1v12 us. Like, yeah. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, this game is very good at like concealing the fact that you're growing. You don't really notice the changes. I mean, you know, when you start to get up into like maturity and stuff, you do, but like you'll pack on quite a bit of size before like changing. I don't know what you would call it. I guess life phases. So like I didn't really realize I had gotten much bigger. I mean, I knew I was at least a little bit bigger and I could kind of fight the deers reasonably. But I didn't realize I was like pushing oh god, that's more than 700 pounds. Pushing like 800 pounds. Let me stand on it and ride it like a Roomba. I'm unable to jump. I think if I could jump, I might be able to pull it off, but T-Rex doesn't jump. But yeah, no, that's lame. Like, it's cool that they added like a new like function and, you know, targeted chest thing. That's kind of cool, but much the usual, you know what I mean? The developers add something kind of cool and it just totally plays out weird and wrong and turns into just like eh. Not that it's their fault, like they did a bad execution. I think the developers probably did a fine execution. It's just, you know, the way people are. People being all peoply and peopling stuff up. Like, no, I wanted it to be fun. Like, nope, too bad. We're making it peoply. Like, you know, well, meet my skilled truce. Now I'm going in the lighthouse. Good day. Good day, sir. And just disappear. That's good. That's good stuff, though. Like, they may be super mad about it, but like, I don't know. I'd be like super satisfied about it. I always love getting random hate mail in games. You know, just for like doing the stuff that's in the game. That is, I'm not like talking like going out and just intentionally like cyberbullying people till they send me breakdown messages. Like one time, long time ago on Xbox 360, playing Fallout 76, no less. Just, you know, running around with a friend, minding our business, doing storyline stuff, just, you know, going about our own. Not really bothering nobody, not doing nothing to pester nobody. And, you know, I don't know if you've played that game, but like much like the other Fallouts, is you use your weapons and you take damage and stuff. Your armor and your weapons degrade and they need to be repaired. And there just happened to be a player who had built their base nearby, and in that game you have your little workbenches and people can use the workbenches that are in your base, and it doesn't affect your base or your materials or anything like that. And we walked in and used his benches to repair our stuff so we could go back to doing quests. You know what I mean? He was just the closest place that was repair benches, because in that one, if you fast travel, it costs you money. So it was like, why spend money when we could walk like 90 meters over there and just use the benches in this guy's house? Well, I don't know if he didn't understand how the inventory system in the game worked, but we used his benches and he just began like shrieking over the mic, screaming and aggression and violence and like attacking us in the game. So then, like, you know, we fought back and whatever, played the game. And then just an ongoing tirade of hateful messages, which were all super funny because for whatever reason, us using his benches had just sent him off the deep end. And it was just like the most hateful hate mail about like, we didn't even do anything mean to the guy. Like we used his benches to fix our gear with our own material. That's how the game works. Like anytime you use the benches, you only see your stuff. You can't like steal resources from other people. So his reaction was totally out of left field, which I think made it just that much more funny because it was so ridiculous. Like, we didn't come to bother him. He spazzed out and then proceeded to just, go on a hateful tirade. So it was pretty funny. I mean, like, he just couldn't help but laugh about it because, like, none of it affected him. Like, no, Fallout 76. So, like, even less of a PvP game and totally just, like, I'd argue mostly MMO RPG. You know, it's kind of just people doing story stuff with their friends and the occasional, like, localized duel type thing. Rust is like that, but Rust is kind of like PvP at all times, so there's a lot of trolling in Rust. I've got more than 1,000 hours in Rust. It's a fun game, but at some point the wipes get tiresome. It's like, I mean, and most of the servers are like 1 or 2 weeks between wipe, and it kind of just turns into too much investment some servers are PvE. I've played a few of those, and they're kind of cool. They got some really cool functionalities in the PvP or PvE servers, which I will argue a lot of the PvE servers include like PvP aspects. Like they have PvP events and all kinds of stuff like that, and like some of them even have just places you can go where it is PvP, and like I think that's way smarter way to do games like that. The like all-time PvP, it just gets so tiresome. Yeah, no, the vanilla ones aren't very good. I mean, I've played a lot of time on the vanilla ones, so I guess I can't really talk a lot of shit, but the modded ones are a much better experience. PvE for sure. And once humans, it's just that's a solid game. It's already like well set up for the most part, depending on which, you know, version. God, I can't think of the word they call it. Deviation, is it? What deviate? I don't know, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. How they've got the different servers that are like different seasonal role type things. They're just in general the way they have like multiple choices each season. I can't remember what they call them. I know they have a particular term that they use. Yeah, the deviation ones are pretty good. I like the game. It's a cool game. It needs more weapons. That's like my only complaint, is it needs more weapons, because I kind of already have all the like high-end weapons, and like I like having a variety of weapons to play with. Weapons are a good time.
Nice to meet you. I'm Perk60 Wolf. Don't forget to follow.
Yeah, I pretty much have all the BPs I was interested in, and then it was like beyond that, like what? I'm gonna go collect like the lower tier ones? Like, I'm not a completionist like that. I like the things I like, and you know, beyond that, like sure, if I randomly come across something cool, I'll keep it, but I generally don't go out of my way to like collect all the things. I did that in a few games, and I don't know, 100% in games just doesn't do it for me. That's good. I kind of just have like the one build I like, and I kind of just do whatever I feel like. I'm not big on following builds. I mean, within reason, but yeah, the building in that game I enjoy. It's a good time. Oh yeah. Once you know like where you're going, and yeah, it's easy. I kind of also don't like the like weird timed bracketing of the seasons. I find that to be kind of lame. It's like I'll knock through a single area in a day, and then it's like, all right, come back in a couple of weeks when you can continue progressing. It's like, but what? I just want to like keep going. 'Cause the problem with that is if I have to wait a couple of weeks, then I get bored, then I start playing something else, and then then I forget to come back in a couple weeks. I feel like too many games try to like eat up all your time. And it's to their detriment. Or at least for people like me, it's to their detriment because again, like I'll play for a day, maybe two, then I can't progress the quest that tells me come back in a couple of weeks. I'm like, yeah, okay, I will. And then I forget, and then I don't come back. So there's no real motivation to buy any of the microtransactions. You know, that's the whole goal, is to like entice you into spending money, and it's just hard to find any motivation to pay for anything when you only ever play the game for like a day or two, maybe 3, and then it's like, wait. I have the one skin I have, that's about it. But that was like whatever when it very first came out. Beyond that, eh. Well, see, the thing is those BPs, like, what do they really do for you in the grand scheme of things? Okay, see, that kind of stuff is cool, but it's still a fairly weak motivator for me. If there was just a lot more guns and like they just kind of made all of the guns, you know, run up into the upper tier, like, what is it? Damn it, what game was it I was playing recently? I can't think of the word. Remnant 2. It's kind of Dark Soulsy, so it's not really the same, but like any weapon that you get that you like, you can basically level all the way up to the same top tier any other weapon can be leveled up to. And I feel like that's kind of the better way to do that. Like, I know they're trying to push the like looter shooter aspect of it and finding better things, but I find it'd probably be a better experience if you had some way that you could bump the lower tier guns up to the higher like rarities. I find games like that make for a better variety because, you know, like my main complaint, the game just doesn't really have a lot of weapons. You know what I mean? You got like maybe a dozen or so yellow rarity, whatever you get, you know, the top rarity. You don't really have a lot of them. So that in itself immediately just nullifies everything beneath it in terms of like build and usefulness and all of that. Like, yeah, sure, they were cool stepping stones, but you know, you don't have something that covers all the representations. Like, I would argue that there should be one of every, I'll call it flavor, but you know what I mean, like lightning damage, this damage, that damage, whatever the extras. You should have one of every flavor extra for each class of weapon. In my opinion. So like if you like doing fire damage, you should have an open array of something in every weapon type that deals that fire damage, so that you can, you know, if you like playing sniper rifles and whatever, you should be able to find whatever weapons you want that do the type of damage that you want to build for it. I know you can argue some of them aren't optimal for it, but you could realistically like iron that out. It's not really the hardest thing to like iron out, in my opinion. The only ones that would be a little weird would be like slow firing weapons for the like bonus thing that's about like rapidly dealing damage. I could see that one being a little weird to make work. Oh, that's cool. The pets are cool. Man, I don't know. I just feel like if the weapons were more whatever evenly represented across all the variety, I think it'd make for a better whatever, a better environment in which to like make builds. I should try and find some gastropods, see if I can drain my food
Coming ad break.
and then come back in here and keep eating stuff. See, that's what happens with me is like I said, I hit that wall and then I forget about it and I don't really think about it, and then by the time I remember it, whatever episode, season, whatever it's called, has come to an end, and then I gotta like move my person to the next thing and start over. Then I hit the wall again, and it's just a brutal cycle. Which sucks, because it is a cool game, but that wall, man, that wall just, it steals all the steam, you know what I mean? You get all that momentum built up and you're just like rolling through it, and then boom, like, nope, you can't do nothing else. like go wander around and do whatever. And it's like, oh, I can only like aimlessly wander for so long before I go crazy. I don't remember what's in Xbox's stuff. How is it? The hockey games are usually pretty good time. Oh. Oh. I don't really like the whole premise of cloud gaming, if I'm being honest. Like, it's a cool idea, but man, you gotta have just high tier internet, or it is just not the money, man. And you'd be like streaming all in low fidelity, and they don't make a PC version. Wow. That seems like a huge, like, dropping the ball. Oh my god. That's bad. I don't even know how that even makes sense nowadays, because like the modern Xboxes basically are just PCs. Arguably the first Xbox basically was just a PC, like it's just a PC with unique operating system. Like that's just straight tomfoolery. Like, it doesn't work on PC. Like, well, what did you make it on then? Like, that low-key annoys me. Like, dude, you guys made the thing on PCs. How is it not playable on a PC? Like, you could make the thing on a PC, and the Xbox basically is a PC, and it works on the Xbox. How does it not work on the thing you made it on? I mean, there's just really no logical reason for it, in my opinion. Like how do you test the functionality of the game as you're like developing it? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure you make multiple playable test slices along the way. What are they exporting them to in-house Xboxes to test them? Like, is that not just extra steps that don't need to be taken? Emulators. Oh. So that still just seems like extra steps. I mean, people are gonna make hacks and stuff anyway. Like, maybe if they, just knew how to write a decent anti-cheat program, then they wouldn't have those problems. I mean, yeah, it did. But see, I would argue that COD should have never even been the like mainstream shooter, because there were better shooters at the time it came out. I don't know why COD was the one that like whatever did the blow up. You know, like I just recently spent a day like tracking down ancient first-person shooter I used to play as a kid, and in the process of that, while like reading about it and stuff to get it working, I found out it came out like 6-8 months before the first Call of Duty, and it's a way better shooter than the first Call of Duty. Like, it's got aim down sight, it has corner leaning, it's got all kinds of things that Call of Duty didn't even think of attempting until like more modern iterations. Like, I'm low-key salty that Call of Duty is what got popular and Viet Cong randomly disintegrated into nothing. I never played Band of Brothers, but I did play a lot of the like military games as a kid. But my personal favorite was Viet Cong because it was just wildly like difficult and just a good time. So I got around to tracking it down, which you can't buy it anymore. You can only like get it from abandonware sites, but I owned the thing, so I've done no wrong here. Somewhere around here I have the CD cases from the game floating around, so it was the only way to get my hands on it. Oh, Operation Flashpoint, they were good. So were the Soldier of Fortune games. That's what I mean. There were some Mr. Mike, he's alive. But yeah, that's what I mean, Hab. There were so many like better examples of first-person shooters than Call of Duty, and Call of Duty was the one that like got the popularity, took off, became the yearly rinse and repeat. Like, I don't know, man. Why the universe got to do us like that? It should have been anything but Call of Duty that got the big blow up in popularity, but nope. Basic old Call of Duty. I want Operation Flashpoint. We have Operation Flashpoint at home. Get home, Call of Duty. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there were countless games that I would argue were as good, if not significantly better than Call of Duty. And they just kind of fizzled out into obscurity. And instead we just get the yearly rinse and repeat reskin, getting hit $70 a year for what is basically a map pack at this point. Oh yeah, that's always a good time. But they don't give us good stuff anymore. We get the yearly rinse and repeat, you know. It's just the same old dog blanket. They just were kind enough to throw it in the wash for us. Yeah, exactly. The MVP, bro, the minimum viable product. It's just fancy business speak for what's the biggest piece of shit we can get people to part with their money for. Right, exactly. But I wanted a new game. Like, no, you get gun skins and old maps that we improved the textures on. Like, gee, guys, thanks. You take your new textures and you be grateful. You pay us for this. Like, I'll pass. And then the skin epidemic of the new ones. Oh my god. Like, nah, you want to pay us an additional $30 so you can look like Snoop Dogg. Yeah, and your guns shoot green laser bullets. And then when people die, instead of just dying like normal, nah, they'll fucking like poof in a cloud of smoke. Isn't that awesome? Like, nah, that's shit I don't give a fuck about, bro. I wanted a new game that was actually good. New features, new functions. You know, developmental progression. Not just the same old Call of Duty Modern Warfare from like 04. But it's got new skins. Look at the scope. Isn't that cool? You can put a smiley face as the reticle. Like, oh my god, bro. Y'all have lost the plot. The plot is lost. Is deer in the top? No, deer is in the B. I don't know where the pig went. Right? Yeah, only $35. Like, at least the animals over at DICE had the what's the word I'm looking for? The benevolence to just put the cheat fucking thermal scope just in the game raw so everybody could have it. Because, you know, at least that's fair. But I've always hated the fucking thermal scopes. That is just the dumbest thing. Because for one, they don't see through smoke. Because the smoke is hot. Because smoke come off of a very small incendiary device. So, like, the smoke is hot. In no world are human beings hotter than the, like, freshly emitted smoke grenade smoke. Like, who's making these things? Like, who's coming up with these things? Like, oh, well, it's for the sake of balance. Like, but it's not correct. And, like, warfare isn't balanced. Yeah, at that point, it's like, why even put it in? Like, it's just horrible. Just don't include it. There you go. Now the game stays balanced. But people can't see through the smoke. Yeah, that's the point. That's the whole purpose of the smoke is to, like, obscure vision. Like, let's not sit here and pretend like it's crazy hard to just, like, burst fire into the smoke and find people. Like, where is this pig? Yeah, that's what I mean. It's ridiculous because that's not how thermal works. Like, I have one. Thermal optics. you're not going to see cold beyond the hot. Like, you can't just magically see through the hot. So, like, they should have just not added it. In my opinion, they should have just not put it in the game, because there's no real way to put it in the game that makes sense. And, you know, you got your crybabies out there like, well, it's the answer to smoke grenades. Like, well, no, smoke grenades are a passive thing. Like, they're just doing what they're supposed to do. Yeah. But yeah, that all is just heinous. Developers like that should be beaten with a garden hose. Just take them out behind the barn and tune them up with a garden. This is unacceptable. You're
How is
not
everyone doing today?
Of course, that's what they like always do, is they'll release it and then they just let it fly, so that like the people who have it just stomp other players, which maximizes the like FOMO and gets more people to buy it during the time that it's like powerful. And usually if it's still selling like at a solid steady rate, they'll conveniently not patch it for as long as it's like making good revenue. And as soon as its sales start to really dry out, that's when they just like the next day, boom, hot fix. We fixed it finally. We found the one string of code that was messed up. It's all fixed now, guys. Like, that's fucked up. I'd argue that they intentionally make the things unbalanced as hell, and then yeah, just let it ride to like maximize sales, because people get tired of getting stomped with the obviously overpowered unbalanced thing. Yeah, that's heinous. Whoever came up with those ideas should be beaten. Oh, wait a minute. We're talking about Activision, aren't we? Right? That's Call of Duty, Activision Blizzard, right? Bobby Kotick. Okay, well, I know where they got all the oh, Microsoft owns it now. Well, I can tell you where they got the idea about how to do, or about pushing microtransactions, and like it's gonna sound like insane conspiracy theory, but I'm pretty sure it's actually real. I'm gonna check. Yeah, it seems like it's likely real. Bobby Kotick got the idea for pushing microtransactions on video games from fucking Jeffrey Epstein, allegedly. Like, I wasn't there, I don't know for certain, but I recall seeing a bunch of like hullabaloo when the files came out about somebody went in and looked and they found emails from between Jeffrey Epstein and Bobby Kotick talking about microtransactions. And basically Jeffrey, in the letter that was shown, from what I remember of it, Jeffrey was basically saying it's a great idea. It basically grooms children onto an economy at a younger age. So, you know, in my opinion, any idea that came from Jeffrey Epstein Probably shouldn't be an idea we just like keep in service. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm old fat. Call me old fashioned, I guess. But there's chicken. Chicken is a bee. I need to find a boar, but I can't seem to like spot. I can eat that crab. Where'd you go, crab? Dead. Well, I'm pretty sure you can thank Jeffrey Epstein for that situation. It's all that piece of shit's fault. I see you, pig. No, no, no. I see you now. All right, I got my perfect diet back. Boosted growth rate. Nice. It's gonna post up here now. My stamina regenerate. And enjoy my boosted growth rate. Hopefully I'll enter whatever this life phase is. I'm starting to get there. My head's still really small though.
Incoming ad break.
The fog is so brutal, bro. Where is the hole in the wall? Well, my stamina is starting to burn like significantly faster. That's a problem as well.
Nice to meet you. I'm Perk60 Wolf. Don't forget to follow.
It's going pretty good, Exiled. It's going pretty good. Much love to you, man. Much love. I appreciate you for the lurking. I do. I've been lurking you on my phone. Well, I was. My phone went to sleep. I was grounded too, by the way. Oh wait, you can't hear me. I'll go ask you in your chat, 'cause I'm dumb. You have a sleep hangover? That's rough. Just like in the haze. Yeah, I know that feeling. Me and waking up do not mix, man. Do not mix. Some days I wake up and it's like, you know, when your arm's asleep, but like it still sort of works, but like it's super sloppily. Yeah, sometimes I just wake up and like the entirety of me is like that. It's like half numb, floppy, like uncontrollable. Yeah. It's rough. You're like trying to navigate stairs and I don't know what that's about. But 0 out of 10 would not recommend. I crashed one of my trucks like that a long time ago. Like woke up to go to work, got in the truck, started the truck, made it, I don't know. Realistically, like probably 600 or 700 feet and just like banged that bitch straight off a guardrail at like 45. The truck was okay. It only like broke the tail light, but yeah. Me and mornings, man. I just not cut out for them. The only way I can do mornings is like I stay up all night, and then I can do morning. Other than that, me and mornings do not mix. Yeah, that was a good long time ago. God, probably like 17, 18 years ago. But yeah, luckily, you know, I just kind of like kissed off of it going around a corner a little too loose and didn't just like free bird into it. I was just made to be a night person, I guess. Okay, no, the hole's right there. I thought I missed it for a second. Oof. That's brutal. I don't remember what time the school bus used to come, but I remember getting kicked off the school bus for fighting in elementary school. So then, like, I had to skate to school, so I had to get up earlier, which that didn't necessarily work the greatest either. And then I just didn't take the bus anymore, and I was pretty much consistently late for school. Even high school, which that one's even funnier because it was less than like a quarter mile from my house, and somehow I managed to always be late for school. See, I had one of those horrible schools that like you'd be there all day and then they'd give you like 6 or 7 hours worth of homework that they expected you to go home and do. So I didn't do any of that, and you know, that went over wonderfully. Went over about as well as me eating this crab. Bro, seriously, Crab? Seriously right now, Mr. Crab? Mr. Crab? Are you... Oh, that's cool. I just never did the work, and then they like bickered at me, and then I got A's on all my tests, and they were like, "You're cheating somehow, but I don't know how." To which I was a massive smartass, and I was like, "I'm doing it with my mind," and they didn't. They didn't appreciate the jest in such answers. But to be fair, it wasn't a lie. I'm one of those people who just learn stuff really fast, and I don't need to go home and do 97 math questions to remember how to do multiplication or like minor algebra and stuff. Like I just was never one of the people that needed that kind of like, God, what's the word? Something. Oh, bro, right? Like, you got the right answer, and then they're just like, well, how'd you get it? You're like, well, what do you mean I did math? They're like, but you didn't write it down. It's like, well, no, because like it's faster to just do it in my head. And they're like, but now I don't know that you're doing it right. And it's like, well, what do you mean? If the answer's right, then like math. Like, it shouldn't matter how you get to the correct answer so long as the answer's correct. And then my high school career became hell because the very same math teacher got promoted and became the principal of the school. And that was a whole different mess.
ZZZZ.
So I segued from formal education at a earlier than normal age. And I just went into full-time work at the age I earliest could. And then like doubled back for my diploma at a later point in time. Because the whole school thing, man, it just wasn't for me. It was way too much time investment spent, like, just cyclically going over the same thing. And my brain doesn't need that. Like, you tell me the stuff, I'll retain enough of it to pass the test, and I'd argue a ton of it was basically worthless anyway. Like, you know, remembering odd details about American history is cool, but like you show me one time in real life that you're gonna need to know like which number President Andrew Jackson was. Or like the date of the Spanish Inquisition. Like, that's cool. I've had a few cool teachers throughout the years, but normal high school in Southern California just wasn't really it, except for my high school world history teacher. He was super cool. He was like a German dude. And I remember when we were going over Germany's World War II history, the like curriculum lesson postulated some like horrible sounding little factoid about like SS training involving raising a puppy and then killing the puppy to prove your loyalty. And I just happened to be German and like raised German shepherds and raised German shepherds whose bloodlines were like traceable 400 plus years. So I just happened to be very well versed on that particular topic. And the truth of the matter is that they did do basically exactly that. The only difference was they weren't given a dog. They were given a orphaned Jewish child and told that it was German, and it's all totally heinous, horrible stuff. But like, I don't know, I'm a stickler for stuff being actually accurate. And like, I felt like, you know, kind of shitty to downplay the actual like horribleness of the atrocity. Like, it's bad enough like that they postulated it as dogs, but like, you know, there are people out there who will hear that and they'll be like, oh, whatever, you know, it's just an animal, like veterinarians kill animals all the time to learn and blah blah blah. And like, that's the thing though, that's not what it was. Like, they were given a fucking child, and the whole thing is like wildly heinous. So me and him got in a big argument about that in like the middle of class and proceeded to like argue the entire period, which at the end he admitted that what I was saying was correct, but like the state pays him to teach the book. So like he's just doing his job. But he did it actually, like, you know, acknowledge that it was incorrect in front of the whole class. So like that was pretty cool. And me and him got along. We got along fairly well. Like he was the only teacher that, like, whether I was late or didn't show up at all or anything, he marked me as there because he was my first period every day. So he always marked me as there. And I remember towards the end of the year, he like jokingly gave me shit. He's like, man, you got to stop missing days. They're starting to look at me weird because like I always mark you as here and then you're not here. So like they think you're ditching and then you're saying you're not. And then they're asking me questions. And I was like, well, what do you want me to do? And he's like, nah, I'm just fucking with you. I don't care. He was a cool dude. He was a cool dude. One of the few like cool teachers I think I ever had. That's mean, Hab. You made your French teacher cry. I mean, to be fair though, like she's a French teacher, so probably didn't take much. This fluid deficiency shit is fucking killing me. I need to find food before I die. I don't know what's going on with those crabs, but I just cannot grab them. Oh, that's funny. I find it low-key kind of amusing in an ironic way that he now works at the post office, which has absolutely nothing to do with math. How's the math treating you? Shut up. I low-key feel like there's probably some sort of story behind that, because, like, you know what I mean? It's not often that teachers, like, switch careers.
Ad break.
Right? Like, show your work. It's like, if I buy 42 stamps and I give you 37.89, how much change do you give me back? Don't use the register, show your work. Did you learn to play bridge in prison? That's an interesting question. Why would that have been like the go-to? Did he do time in prison? Is that where he learned to play bridge? That's another situation. I feel like there's probably some interesting backlore to that. Like, why would he just default to, did you learn to play bridge in prison? Like, why would that be? I mean, I guess that makes sense. To be fair, I don't really remember which card game bridge is. There was I played a lot of weird card games with my grandma, and the only one I really remember kind of is like gin rummy, sort of, and I mainly just remember the name and like that it uses poker hands and something to do with weird pegs. What's the hardest? Bridge? Like, I don't even understand what bridge is. But I like low-key feel like my grandma was a bridge player. And I recall like her and her friend, I mean, essentially having like bridge night. You know what I mean? All the old ladies come over and hang out together and play bridge and cackle and just have a grand old time. Old-timey good time. Okay, yeah, that seems a bit extra complicated. I believe it. It sounds like all kinds of unnecessary or all kinds of extra just rules and exceptions and just a maze of things to learn. I've always wondered how people came up with card games like that, like using just the normal deck of cards, because there are some really like complex card games out there that I don't know. That's wild. I guess people just used to have a lot more free time and didn't have such pointless ways to fill it. Dang. That's cool though. That's actually really cool. I feel like knowing how to play bridge would be like a flex nowadays, because people are just so, I don't know, unaware of like all kinds of stuff. Oh God, what was it I seen just the other day that like completely blew my mind? Oh, that there are people in the world who think that glasses, like eyeglasses, contain medicine inside of them. That has to be one of the craziest things I have ever heard in my life. Like, I understand that glasses are like a prescription, but I mean, like, people have actually explained, like, as they understood it, there was actual medicine in the glasses themselves. Not that like the lenses were tuned for their needs, but that they actually contained some sort of medication. And like I heard that, and like I think we're cooked as a species. I mean, this is true. This is true. But it's kind of been an ongoing thing. Well, yeah, now AI. See, but the AI is, if you know what to look for, the AI is fairly easy to pin down. Well, see, the meta frames, those are like technology. Which I would argue all glasses technically are more technology than medicine. Would they qualify as like a prosthesis? In effect, they're kind of a prosthesis, right? They're like a prosthetic lens to rectify the naturally deficient lens. I think that would make them technically more a prosthetic. Yeah, it's just, I think it would be more prosthetic than like medicine. I mean, to be fair, a good portion of that could just be, you know, asshole pedantry, you know what I mean? Like, the splitting of hairs of linguistic. Like, well, their prescription is medicine, which, you know, arguably that's a solid train of logic. Like, I can't knock it. But yeah, we live in the internet age. It's all about finding interesting ways to convey a thought to maximize engagement. Yeah, see, I have blue eyes. My eyes are really, really sensitive too. Like, the sun just absolutely brutalizes me. So I have to like manage my light space very particularly. And a lot of what I work with is like low intensity, like ultraviolet light. So that way it makes the background look like it's extremely illuminated, but I don't have to have bright lights in here. Because yeah, bright lights would just, I mean, they cripple me. My eyes just start watering, and like I can't even physically keep them open. It's like when you know those horrible certain hours of the day trying to drive when the sun's just gleaming in your face. Ugh, crippling, absolutely crippling. I'd be doing stuff like this and looking through like a crack in my fingers and like totally unsafe, but like it's the only way I can even look vaguely the direction I need to go, kind of thing. It's rough. Yeah, so your eyes are basically, any light colored eyes are kind of at a hefty disadvantage. They let a lot of sunlight pass through. It's rough. It's rough. That light hits you and it's just like it's daggers and lightning through the nerves. I don't know. But like, not even kidding, when it's too bright, like I cannot physically keep my eyes open. They instinctively force themselves closed, and I'm like, you know, fighting it, doing the whole like, you know what I mean, trying to like shift from side to side and only burn out one eye at a time to oscillate. I was not made to live where there is sunlight. Which is kind of funny, because I'm like predominantly Greek, so like my people come from the Mediterranean islands, bro. All sunlight is that's like that's all there is. Everything is sunlight. Long ass days and beating sunlight, but that little bit of not whatever. I got saddled up with some blue eyes and like, bro, being on like the water, the ocean, oh my god, agony, or like snowboarding. It's fucked up. All the things I like to do and arguably involve like sunlight or bright reflections, and all of them are just like agony. Everything I love hurts me. Oh, yeah, same. I just recently had to like pony up a pretty penny for a new pair of sunglasses, because like the polarization that was on the ones I've had forever was just gone, and they were no longer doing the job. And then my like emergency pair, which technically aren't even sunglasses, they're green tinted like welding safety glasses for wearing in a welding shop. So they're actually several gradients stronger of light restriction than most sunglasses are, but they're totally green hue, which obviously wearing them as sunglasses then like totally fucks up my eyes color perceptions, because seeing through the green until everything balances, the second I take them off, everything's colors are wonky and improper. And yeah, so wearing those regularly was not doing it for me. I had to get new actual sunglasses, and they're expensive, and that hurts. It hurts the soul. But luckily they have a lifetime warranty, so if I ever fuck them up, they'll just replace them. And I'm gonna be real, it's not an if I ever, it's a when I do. And hopefully it's not soon, but it will happen. It's unavoidable. Like one of these days, like I'm just gonna touch them, and that's gonna like just score the fucking lenses. Why? I don't know. That's just my luck. I've stopped questioning it. I just know it'll happen, so I opted for the lifetime warranty, because sunglasses are expensive. Normal glasses are expensive. But luckily my normal glasses don't need a warranty. They're whatever polycarbonate. They're a little scratched up, but it's not significant. But not enough to matter. Being the like high impact polycarbonate, yeah, they get little hairline scratches, and you kind of just like wipe them with an alcohol swab, and they look fine. So my normal glasses do well. But I don't know. I've not been able to find solid sunglasses to that extent. My eyesight's functionally serviceable within all reasonable distances. I get a little bit of detail degradation at like further distances. Yeah, I can see mostly fine at far distance, but at like really far distances, stuff starts to get a bit fuzzy. I don't know, I'd say like 1,000 yards, it gets hard to identify my cows like individually. Well, granted, right now all of my cows they're all solid black in color, so there's not really any identifying them at distance. But like when I had cows that had different patterns and stuff, I noted at the far ends of the field, they kind of just turn into a multicolored blob that's vaguely cow shaped. So to save me the hassle of having to like go out there and close the distance until I could tell who was who, I just got glass. So yeah, for stuff like that, and realistically, that's about it. I've got good up close vision. So like arguably I could have lived without glasses, but I live on a farm, so they do help my daily life. Well, except for right now. Again, like I can't tell any of the cows apart. They all just look like black Angus cows. They're all just solid black in color, so there's no differentiating marks on any of them. And when they're that far out, I can't read the numbers on their tag. That's just, there's no way. I should have probably used different colored tags. That'd have been smart. Yeah, might have saved a little bit. Maybe like 100 or two. Good binoculars aren't exactly cheap, and really good binoculars make my glasses look like you know, cheap readers from the Walmart checkout. Like binoculars can get just wild in price. Honestly, though, that kind of just goes hand in hand with any kind of high quality lenses. Oh, see, that's the smart way to do it, because like, yeah, the military stuff is like the cheapest bidder, but they have minimums on quality. So like, yeah, you know, the US Army pair may not be as nice as like some German made Zeiss lenses or something, like high speed, top of the line camera grade lenses, sure, but they're amply good enough for the job they needed to do. Where like Germany, on the other hand, was like, they are made by Zeiss, they're the best lenses in the world. Like, yeah, but how many of them can you produce a month? We can make you 4. Like, Oh, side note, some of the old Russian surpluses aren't too shabby either. But you can't go too old on that. You go too old on Russian stuff and like it's damn near a rock taped to a stick. Like it works, but like barely. But yeah, them old Enfields, they're great rifles. I have my uncle before he passed, he had one that's all, it's been, you know, sporterized into just a normal looking hunting rifle. They're great hunting rifles. Elephant guns are a little crazy, but you know, sometimes you gotta shoot an elf. Sometimes you just need that heavy penetration. You know, I get it. Oh, I bet them old elephant guns can be just absolutely wild. And maybe I'm just an old soul in a young body, but there's a part of me that just deeply loves the old, like the old multi rifles that were like super common in, well, realistically, I think they were most common in like Europe. And it's like, you know, one barrel's a shotgun and one barrel's like a small caliber rifle round, and one's a like high caliber rifle round, and they can be as many as 4 or 5 different like barrels and action essentially strapped together. Oh, they're so cool. I mean, I know that like technologically they're really not that complex or anything like that, but I don't know, something about them, they're just such a cool idea. And they're usually always made with like such great attention paid to the craftsmanship. I don't know, that I'll always have a soft spot for those cool old multi-caliber rifles, like the German drillings, and like that kind of stuff just really impresses me. Just the ingenuity of people like having one thing and needing multiple things, and like finding ways to turn the one thing into the solution for all of the things. Like that stuff just impresses me. I don't know, maybe I'm just a technology nerd, but like something about that just really like nerd boner. Like a 10 and a 12. I've got a few 12s. I have a 10 too, but it's missing a lot of parts. But I found it, I bought it at auction really cheap because I like buying just piles of parts and restoring them to life. It's an old, what is it? Is it the Ithaca Road Blocker? Like a semi-auto 10 gauge that was originally like designed to give to police and stuff like that. I don't know, I thought it was a cool like piece of gun history, and yeah, it's missing a few pieces, but the majority of it's there, so I'll get it back together at some point. I've got a lot of projects like that that are just kind of sitting on back burners. Some just because, you know, finding the parts for them is really hard, and others because, God, I'm not even sure what part is problematic. Granted, that one's a different mess. That's like an old 1890 something. Yeah, like 18. God, what is Marlin's weird pump shotgun from the 1800s? 1890. It's not the 95, 'cause that's the standard lever action. 4570 and all that jazz. Is it the 1893? I know Winchester's pump shotgun is the 1897. I don't remember what Marlin's is, but I found one of those. There's a pile of parts too, and it's got a couple of extra pieces that came with it, and I don't know, it just does not want to do what it's supposed to do. Like when you attempt to pump the action, it moves a ways and then it kind of just like locks up. But when you like dig down into it, all of the pieces move fine. So I don't know where it's binding up. So I have no idea what part is problematic, because nothing is like showing, you know, the signs of metallic binding. But clearly when it's assembled and you attempt to cycle it through its function, it doesn't do any. It binds up. So I don't know. That one's probably one of the more problematic of the project. But most of my projects tend to be kind of either of that nature or just typical farm stuff. But that's kind of just carryover hobbies from earlier in life. I was a gunsmith for a while. I was a firearms expert for an auction company for a while. So I don't know. My brain just... It's one of them things that just brings me peace. The mechanical functions of it all. I don't know. It's very zen. That, and I've been doing basically that for going on 30 years now. I think by the time I was about 8 or 9, I was pretty much in charge of all of the maintenance and cleaning and all of that. So, you know, we go out doing whatever, you know, come home, and it was just like everything gets set down, like, all right, there you go, get to work. And then it'd be on to part 2, where I'd just like sit around and strip everything down, clean it all, get it all, you know, nice and prepped. An FAC. Why does that sound familiar?
Easy.
Oh, firearms acquisition certificate. Okay, that's like kind of like an ownership license type thing in Canada. Okay. Actually, it's probably, from the sound of it, more equivalent to like the American FFL. Yeah, it's like an FFL. Here it's a federal firearms license. Well, yeah, it's like the legal license to do like transfers and yeah, all of that stuff. That's really cool. I just did, you know, personal gunsmithing when I lived in California, because that's something you can do in America. At least in most states back then, you could just build your own guns. So like that was kind of just part of my hobby. And me and my pops built a bunch of different things, and we were always firearms collectors though. So it's not like whatever like they're trying to crack down on nowadays, like people who aren't supposed to own stuff using manufacturing for themselves to circumvent things. Like it wasn't nothing like that. Just normal enthusiast type stuff. Oh yeah, same here. Depending on like how deep you want to take it, you can basically do anything you want in America if you track down the right licenses. But back in the day, and still today in a lot of states in America, you can manufacture your own firearm for yourself, like for your own personal ownership, not to like sell or anything like that. And it's legally not considered manufacturing because the legal definition for manufacturing in the United States requires the intent to market the product. Like, you know what I mean? It was made to be sold. It wasn't made for yourself to own type of thing. So there's like some differentiation in there. Silencers are actually legal here, but you kind of have to. They're kind of a luxury item in that one, a good silencer will run you close to $1,000 just for the silencer. Well, yeah, suppressor. I get what you mean, but they're technically legal here, but they're expensive. And then there used to be a NFA, National Firearms Act, additional like background check and tax stamp, it was called, which would then set you back an additional several $100s, and then you got to sit on a waiting list for like a year plus to find out if you were approved or not. I think they actually recently lightened up on the suppressors in America. I don't think there's the additional tax stamp. I mean, it still exists, but I don't think they charge you the money anymore. Fully automatic in America, fully automatics manufactured after 1986 are generally not legal for civilian ownership, but there is a massive list of things that were all registered when they banned, or when the 86 like deadline finally like went full into effect. So there's a lot of fully automatic things just out there in the wild that are legal in America and are still legal to be transferred between people because they're all registered pre the 86 cutoff. But unfortunately, there's not a lot of full automatic pistols that existed prior to 1986. But now we're finding ourselves in an interesting situation down here in America, because the way fully automatic is defined in the legal statutes, it defines that the weapon cycles multiple times per one squeeze and retention of the trigger. It also clearly defines the 4 steps of a trigger's function as squeeze, fire, release, reset. So now you've got this whole explosion of the FRTs, the forced reset triggers, which are in effect turning semi-automatic weapons into things capable of a sustained rapid fire rate. So arguably, ignoring the strict legal definitions, it functions like a machine gun, but it does so while still maintaining the legal definition applied to a semi-automatic, because it only ever fires one bullet for any one function of the trigger. The gun itself forces you to release and for the trigger to reset. So in your mind, all you're doing is squeezing, and it's forcing you to go through the individual stages of the semi-automatic trigger as it's defined in the US legal system. So we're in this weird place right now where, like, fully automatic weapons are illegal, but FRTs meet the legal definition of a semi-automatic weapon, despite being able to achieve a fully automatic weapon's fire rate. They're now even starting to pop up for handguns. Like, I just recently saw there's a couple companies out there making FRT triggers for the Canic line of the Walther PDQ series. So now there are legal fully automatic handguns in America in abundance, because the FRT is a legal conversion, and again, by the strictest legal definitions, it meets the semi-automatic definition. Yeah, see, when I lived in California, it was kind of like that too. Like, assault rifles were restricted. You could only use them at the range. And if you had one, it had to be registered prior to the 1994 assault weapons ban. And that always turned into a headache going to the range, because you go to the range and you pull out what looks like an AK-47, and they're like, oh, blah, 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 where's your registration paperwork from before the ban? It's like, man, obviously I'm not just gonna come to the gun range with some fucking illegal weapon. Like, yeah, California, well, California, you could have your ammo, but it had to be in, like, in a separate container. So, you know, you put all your ammo in, like, closed ammo cans, and, you know, it was like that in California. Where I live now, though, they're very lax on that. Funny thing, though, FRTs are not legal here. Technically, I don't think my binary trigger is either, but I owned it before the law, so, like, there's grandfather clausings and things like that. But I don't think FRTs are currently legal where I am. But they're basically legal everywhere else in the country. That, and like a recent Supreme Court ruling, has put a lot of firearms regulations in the crosshairs, because a recent ruling deemed that firearms regulations have to be able to prove, what was it, text, history, and something else, precedent, I think it was. Basically, the US Supreme Court set the constitutional requirement bar extremely high for anything related to firearms restrictions. So now tons of firearms restrictions are being challenged in court across, like, states all over the country. And, you know, it's the standard legal battle. You challenge it, the state goes no, because the state passed it, so of course they're not going to overturn it. But then you appeal that up to a higher district that is a group of several states, and then they may say yes. And if they say yes, then the state appeals it to a higher circuit, and, you know, kick the can down the road a ways. Sooner or later, you end up back at the US Supreme Court, and then they'll deem a final determination. But the ATF lost a case related to suppressors, and I believe also fully automatic weapons in the United States, because the way they passed the original fully automatic weapon ban, they attached it to, like, a commerce related bill. So a clever lawyer dug through it and he found that in the way they worded it, technically that restriction only applies if the firearms in question are being like sold across state lines. Only then do federal commerce laws apply to it. So the state of Texas was like, suppressor laws and fully automatic laws are gone. Short-barreled rifle laws, they're gone. They all are legal within the state of Texas. These are Texas-only rifles. ATF, you can kick rocks. And the ATF tried to sue them. And then they got kicked, it all got kicked down the road, and it culminated in the ATF losing because, as the law stands, it's based on interstate commerce. If the rifles don't ever become part of interstate commerce, technically interstate commerce laws cannot be applied to them. Is that a fuck up on their part for doing it through commerce? Maybe, but the long and short of it is, what Texas is doing is legal under federal law, and that really rubbed the ATF the wrong way. And then Tennessee did something similar, and the ATF was really mad about that one, and they lost. And it is. I understand that it's very, very different to a lot of people. But I think that's mainly because, like, it's obviously a deeply ingrained pillar of the United States culture. You know what I mean? Very much like the Japanese prize their Bushido swordsman heritage, and all these other countries have great pride in their long past technological and potentially military arts and things of that nature. We Americans, we just don't really got a history that long. We don't have a history that includes swordsmen and all kinds of crazy stuff like that, like every other culture. You know what I mean? So I think we kind of do lean more heavily into the gun stuff just because it's the tool that we use to overthrow a king to create America. It's just very much. Yeah, but see, that's the thing. America is not the land of needs. It's the land of freedom. So it's not about what you need. And that was the whole premise of America. It was never about you're restricted to only what you need, only what someone else decides you need. That's exactly the antithesis of America. Granted, I'd argue modern day America is miles down the road from what it originally was, and there's a whole lot of tomfoolery in those senses, but like, that's the thing about America. There doesn't have to be a need. Like, well, then why do you need it? Or why do you want it? Because I can't. Because I'm a free citizen in a free country and I can. So why not? I mean, you're talking about a country that when we penned the Second Amendment, if you had the money, you could go buy a full ship of the line outfitted better than the U.S. Navy and whatever. You could buy whatever you wanted. You wanted cannons, you wanted mortars. If you had the money, you could buy everything the military had and more. Because again, the military operated on a budget. So like the military didn't buy crazy cool stuff that was available. You know what I mean? They bought what would get the job done, but there was crazier stuff available. Like pre the American Revolution, there were puckle guns, which is just an early form of like chain gun, firing like 1.25 inch shot and rapidly reloadable because its belt was like a belt of 12 or however many preloaded chambers, and you latched it in and kind of just like ka-clink boom, ka-clink boom, ka-clink boom. And when you needed to reload it, you took the whole chain off and you put a whole preloaded chain on it. So this modernized conception that they love to prattle about in America, like the founding fathers didn't have assault weapons in mind when they penned the Second Amendment. They didn't know that there would be multi-fire weapons capable of high rates of fire. Yes, they did. Chain guns existed. This was technology that existed for decades before the American Revolution. They knew it existed. It was just expensive. It wasn't non-existent. Nobody knew about it. So, like, I would argue in the frame of mind that was penned in, they absolutely were of the belief that the average citizen should be able to own any weapon the military can own. Now, I would argue that the hyper modernization of that being who needs a missile and like, I would cede that, nobody really needs a missile, but I would argue in the sense of the American spirit, if you've got the money for a missile, you should be able to own the missile. If you're a law-abiding citizen, I don't care if you have a missile, you're a law-abiding citizen. I have no reason to expect a law-abiding citizen would use their missile for a nefarious purpose. If they've lived their entire life doing no nefarious deeds, why would suddenly owning a missile, they're just gonna like wig out and like go all helter skelter? You know what I mean? Like, they've never harmed anyone before. Why would the simple ownership of a missile cause them to? I don't think it would. Now, again, I would say owning a missile is fairly excessive, but I would argue owning a Bugatti is fairly excessive. Who needs a car that can go 250 miles an hour? There's nowhere in America you could drive anything that fast. So, you know what I mean? We can nebulize the logic, and it kind of falls apart under scrutiny. But like, I do agree that like nobody does need a missile, and like no one's gonna be able to like construe any kind of logic that would get me to be like, I guess the person does need a missile. Like, no, nobody's ever gonna need a missile. But like, I believe they should have the right to own one, because it is the Bill of Right, not the Bill of Need. And I do understand that that's also a like premise that a lot of non-Americans don't quite resonate with to the same degree. But like, American culture from its like foundation up is kind of built on the idea that it's better to live in a free world that has dangers than to live in a non-free world under the guise of being kept safe. Because the moment whatever's supposed to keep you safe decides it isn't, you no longer have the means to do it for yourself. So it's very much an ingrained like ideology in American culture that it's a better situation to have freedom regardless of the fact that some dangers come with it. Because by restricting the freedom, not only do you open yourself up to the dangers just through the like byproducts of like a disarmed populace, etc., etc. Well, see, the drones thing, I don't think anybody really knows how that's going to play out yet. So I would figure any discussion on that like entirely like hypothetical. You know what I mean? Because like America's been fielding drones for decades. What were our drones? Basically remote control airplanes with the same missiles that were on normal airplanes. All that really changed was now the pilot was like sitting in an air conditioned room on a base in Arizona, and he didn't have to be in the sweltering heat of fucking Bahrain sweating his balls off in a fucking airplane flying over the desert. So I don't think drone technology has really been dabbled with enough yet to like grasp where it's going. Because, you know, short of America's RC aircraft, we didn't really have drones until the, like, I'd argue the Ukraine incident. And then you started seeing the application of like basically just remote flown munitions. That changes things. But at the same time, it also opens up a whole new table. You know what I mean? Because yeah, you needed to fly something in. Now any idiot with bad intentions can do whatever he wants. But at the same time, those little drones, they're not really that like remarkable. You know, like I would argue something like a missile or things of that nature, you know, they're doing Mach 1, Mach 2, some you know, multiplicative of the sound barrier, and the drones kind of aren't. Like I've seen at least in the current Middle East situation, I've seen a lot of videos coming out of basically just standard aircraft shooting down Shahed drones with like just the cannon, like the 30 mil chain guns on the front of a helicopter. So things like of the like Shahed drone design, I mean, you know what I mean? The little like Chungussy gliders that they don't go really fast. So I would argue for any kind of like real military, they're not super relevant, at least not for like something like the American, or I'd argue like the Canadian military, where like, you know what I mean, we have things like sea rams. Like I don't think a Shahed drone would make it through a sea ram or a sea whiz defense system. You know, the one that's basically just like, it kind of just looks like a butt plug with like a minigun sticking out of it, and it kind of just sprays the continuous stream of bullets at stuff. I don't think the Shahed drones and drones of that general design are like fast enough and highly maneuverable enough to effectively bob and weave around a sea whiz actively trying to engage it and be able to actually make it in and hit the target. Now, being used against, you know, dudes in trenches and, you know, non-defended structures and stuff, they absolutely do work to some degree. Granted, they're still not as effective as, like, say, a cruise missile or like an LRASM or stuff of that nature. They also don't cost nearly as much. So there's kind of, I feel like there's really just not enough data to make a solid even guesstimate of where drone technology could go. Because I mean, and then you've got civilians hitting civilian targets. Well, see, that's the thing. You could take out a Shahed drone with a shotgun. The Russians and the Ukrainians do it basically daily at this point. Oh yeah, some of the drones in the Ukraine are insane and like crazy fast, but I think that's because they're like taking like esports competitive drones that you buy for like racing, and then they're like ghetto rigging them into improvised craziness. That's, I would argue that's totally different than, you know, like Iran's Shahed drone. Iran's Shahed drone is just like a big funky triangular glider looking thing with like a little dirt bike motor on it. Well, see, that's the thing though, is the tactics are still in their infancy. So I'd argue there's really just a dramatic lack of data. You know what I mean? There's just not enough of it to have been analyzed. Both drones are effective and they have their functionalities, but like the Ukraine has shown, a basic FPV drone of their general usage is basically completely nullified by like a simple mesh net that catches it. The Shahed drones, they're fairly slow moving. I think they're moving on par with like traditional propeller aircraft. Yeah, I've seen lots of videos of the Ukrainians dropping drones with like semi-automatic shotguns, and I'd argue the drones they're facing are probably significantly faster and more agile than the big ugly paper airplane looking Shahed drones that Iran is fielding. So like, I guess what I'm getting at is like, I don't feel like it's even fair to talk about the two things like they're in the same ballpark. You know what I mean? Like, from what I've seen of the Ukraine drones, they look to be like modified quadcopters carrying like artillery ordnance and crazy stuff like that. Totally just like battlefield ingenuity made out of wires and zip ties and duct tape and stuff. And when they hit, they're highly effective. But then you look at things like the Shahed drones, and they look like they're professionally produced, probably came off an assembly line of somewhere, and like, so not only are they like total opposite ends of manufacturing capability, they're totally different. Like, they're like thought doctrines. Like the Shaheds are more like slow moving, loitering, can sit there and waste time and look for targets and just be a general nuisance, where like the Ukrainian drones, they appear to be capable of some like significantly high speed, and they're always like adapting. I watched a video of one that was modified to ignite a thermite incendiary that was dangling from it, and then basically just fly overhead the Russian anti-drone net while the thermite was just like cooking off and dripping hot molten metal onto the net, setting the net on fire all down the length as it flew down it, just like dripping thermite. And they use that same basic idea for like burning out fucking tree rows that people are hiding in. They'll just fly that over it, dripping, you know, several thousand degree liquid reacting thermite onto stuff, and just start an entire fire where all the people are. Like, okay, it's all on fire now, and I guess you can enjoy hiding there for a little while longer. So yeah, you know, I think it's still too early. Like the Ukrainian drones are being actively like whipped up on the fly based on immediate needs and things like that. And the Shahed drones were kind of just like, yeah, someone saw drone technology being useful, but did they truly understand all of its capability? I'd argue no. That's why the Shaheds are little more than a crude flying wing that can blow up. Oh yeah, the drone swarm stuff is super cool. What I also think is really interesting, which I don't know if it exists or if it ever will exist, but when the Air Force announced their new air superiority project, what was it? The F-47, I think it was. They like vaguely talked about at least being interested in trying to achieve something like basically onboard AI with drone integration. Basically, the jet itself would control a handful of drone wingmen that would carry additional ordnance and additional sensors and basically just multiply the like capabilities of a single jet with a handful of like AI controlled wingmen. And they, you know, they were like going into the theoretics of it and whatnot, and like, you know, they were like talking like they wanted them to be able to carry additional ordnance and stuff like that, and you know, be keyed into all of the jet's active systems. So when the jet detects incoming ordnance and stuff like that, if all the countermeasures fail and everything like that, last ditch efforts, the drones can fucking basically pop in the way and sacrifice themselves to preserve the far more valuable, you know, air superiority fighter. And so that's kind of, I guess, my, you know, it keeps just bringing me back to, I just really don't think like we have enough information to truly understand the new chapter of warfare that drone has opened up. Because, you know, arguably drones to some extent have kind of existed since like World War II. You know, the Germans had that weird little robotic tank that was basically just a ton of high explosives packed into a little, you know, RC tank with a really long cord. So you could basically like drive it out of the alley you're hiding in and probably go like maybe a couple 100 meters and roll up next to an enemy tank and then detonate it, type of thing. So the technology's kind of existed for going on 100 years, but it's getting a lot better. And I mean, you know, go back 40 years and look at what people were speculating that computers were going to be used for. You know, like I remember the weird video of Bill Gates. He's like trying to, you know, it's like some sort of interview with like a news person, I think. And they're like asking him, so like what is a computer even gonna like bring to the average person's household? You know, like this, like what is the average person gonna gain from this? And he didn't even know. He's like, oh well, mom can keep all of her recipes in it, and like nobody understood what computers were gonna become. Oh no, it was way less than the computing power of a smartphone. I think the computing power that put us on the moon was measurable in like bytes, not even kilobytes. Like they were running on fucking big floppies. Yeah, the Apollo guidance computer's processing core was 2.048 megahertz, not even gigahertz. It had 4 kilobytes of RAM, 72 kilobytes of ROM. It had less computing power than a modern calculator. That's kind of wild that they got to the moon with that. Yeah, the AGC, the guidance computer. Oh, wait, so then which one are you talking about? Because, like, it doesn't list any other computers. Okay, that's the MCC. Oh, let's see here. I can't find anything that even like lists specs for the ground control. Hmm.
Check out the Pondo Pet Cafe to feed or play with me.
No, yeah, I don't know. I can't find anything. I mean, I believe you. I believe you. I'm just not seeing anything that actually cites the ground computer's specifications. To be fair, I'm also not finding like straight answers on the normal the AGCs, like from one place to another, like there are discrepancies in the details. some say this much RAM, some say that much RAM, some, you know, so how credible anything on the internet is, I wouldn't bet my life on it. I'll tell you that much. Oh yeah. Yeah, the 2 into 4 into 8, 16, 32, 64, and it just suddenly starts like ramping up extremely fast. And like again, we're, you know, consumer grade is up into the terabytes, and like upper tier whatever is running on petabytes, and I say, give it maybe another decade. Exactly. Maybe. I find that one to be an interesting tightrope they walk, at least in terms of like countries capable of doing something about it. I understand in countries that like they arguably neutered being a bit more at odds. Oh, absolutely. That's why America is like basically doubling down into it, because as I understand, I don't know if it's Trump himself who, you know, whatever, because, you know, anything he says, it was always, you know, his idea. He sees, he, you know, rhetorically, I don't know who the fuck came up with it, but point being, the American position was basically the same. Well, wait, what? Buy what chips? We just like imported chip manufacturing. Because like, yeah, we have, I believe Nvidia is gearing up to dump several billion into a production facility in the United States, because the whole like chip shortage nightmare that led to the whole weird debacle with the American car industry. There was a obvious need for local chip production, and like chip production basically nowadays was only in like, I think, Taiwan, China, and maybe Japan. Hmm. Interesting, interesting. I didn't know the UAE made chips. The reason, yeah, here's the fun part though. All of that's not really super relevant because what we sold China was, how many was it? God damn it, where was the number? We basically allowed them to purchase up to around 35,000 of the Blackwell chipsets, but the Blackwells are outdated chipsets. Modern chipsets for NVIDIA is the Vera Rubin. It runs 10% or 10x higher in inference performance and 4x greater training efficiency than the earlier Blackwell platforms. So we gave them a bunch of chips of the old type that are like a hefty clip behind in terms of technology, from what I'm understanding. I didn't know the UAE made chips though. That's really cool. And yeah, I know the chips mostly come from Taiwan. That's why, like, it's such a important whatever for the American economy with the whole China whatever business. China being China. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I would argue they've been important a long time because they're like the actual rightful government of China that were ousted by communists. So like, yeah, I would argue they're important for a lot of reasons. Absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really see selling a bunch of last generation chips to China being all that important. In fact, looking at it at face value, it kind of smells like they already had the Vera Rubins designed. I'd be willing to bet that at the national security level, they were very aware that the Vera Rubin series were basically had the kinks worked out and were just waiting to be announced. So, you know what I mean? Obviously, when that next gen gets buttoned up and is ready for announcement, the old gens aren't super important. But in that short window, while the whole world thinks the Blackwells are the pinnacle of chip design, and they don't know you have the Vera Rubins on the back burner, that window before announcement, that is a perfect time to do something messed up like, oh, I don't know, lift the sanctions of those chips to your enemy and allow them to buy a mountain of them. Especially, you know, right now when like GPU chips have been through the fucking roof, especially the Blackwells. Like that sounds like just the sleaziest business tactic to me. And maybe I'm like looking at it through a skewed lens or something, but does that not strike you as just like just a totally underhanded business dealing? You know what I mean? Like, because if they, in fact, because it says they announced the Rubin platform early 2026, so this year. And when did we release the? We made the agreement to release Blackwell chips to the Chinese in 2025. When in 2025? You got a date for me, internet? Like an actual date, not just 2025? All right, I'm not seeing like a pinpoint date, and it's really not that important. I could see Nvidia being basically done with the Rubens, and like we've got the next gen already. So I could be wrong, but from what I'm seeing, my guess was that it was totally an underhanded business move to sell China a mountain of expensive chips. It said they bought like 35,000. So that's a hefty chunk of money. And man, could you imagine that though? Like being the Chinese, like they finally lift the sanctions. You're like, yes, just buy as many as we can get. Just buy them all. And then you buy them all, you fucking sign that check, they cash it, and fucking 6 months later, they're like, now announcing the Vera Rubin chipset. 4 times as powerful as that piece of shit Blackwell we used to make. Just over there being Chinese. Like, you motherfuckers. Fuck you, America. Like, just mad. I'd be mad. I'd be super mad. But yeah, the AI stuff, it's kind of, you know, there's not really a way around it. Like, there's just not. Countries have to lean into it, otherwise they'll fall behind. So it just kind of is what it is. China not number one. No. Yeah, they can try. It won't work. The doomers are always saying something like that, and maybe I just don't care because I'm an American, and that something like 450 million firearms in private ownership, and that's just the like conservative estimate. Spring or fall because of the times. They won't even make it over my mountain range. They won't make it past the Sierra Nevadas or the Cascades or the Yukons. They won't make it. Well, they might make it through the Canadian Yukon. Not that I don't believe Canadians could fight and beat the Chinese, because like y'all totally could. Y'all are like war crime machines. Not that that's a bad thing. I'd argue it just means you're really effective and have a lot of passion for what you do. But, you know, a good portion of the Geneva Convention is kind of specifically like restricting stuff that y'all did. And I'm not hating. I'm not judging nobody. It's never a war crime the first time. You know, it's never a war crime the first time, and y'all only did it the first time. So, like, respect to you. You not only did you discover tactics that worked amazingly when the lame-ass weak nations of Europe with their international law were like, you can't do that. You guys were like, okay. Like, respect. And then you guys just came up with, I'm sure, just more creative, horrifying ways to do things in Geneva. The Geneva people were just like, oh, Canada, what are we going to do with you? And you're like, I don't know. Maybe just let us do our thing. Oh, yeah, that's like one of my favorites. Yeah, the fucking... what do they call it? When the non-malicious version of it. The food bank. the good old food bank maneuver. Like, yeah, you guys hungry? Here, have some canned goods. Yeah, everybody get nice and close together. You make sure you get you some. Oh, this next can's spicy. Anybody like spicy? So, you know, but it worked. By the very same logic, the Germans tried to say Americans using shotguns was a war crime. And they actually took us to international court about using the shotguns. And from what I remember, America was like, you're using gas and stuff on people. And they were like, oh, yeah, that's right. Never mind. We don't want to. We don't want to press this issue. We are sorry. So that's kind of how I remember it turning out, was that, like, they accused America of war crimes because the shotgun just does horrible things to a man in a trench. And America's counter argument was, you're doing all kinds of fucked up shit. And then, like, nothing really came of it. To be fair, I don't think America would have really, like, listened anyways. That and we Americans seem to be really good at, like, litigious details. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It worked well, you know, you can't knock it. But yeah, I find America tends to play fast and loose with things like international law, and they always have, which I find really funny that, like, people are making a big deal about it now, but, like, international law is kind of weird. And as Candace Owens would say, international law is fake and gay. Because international law in its own way really is, like, stupid and kind of pointless. Like, yeah, there's all kinds of these agreements and treatises and conventions and this and that, but, like, some countries are signed on to some of them, some countries aren't signed on to some of them. Countries get to, like, picksy choosy which ones they do sign on to. Like, as I understand it, I believe it's a war crime to use expanding ammunition, and many countries are signed on to that, but I don't believe America is. So, like, I would argue that kind of, in a sense, like, it shows that international law is kind of, like, fake and gay. Like, bro, if the country can just decide, like, yeah, we're not going to sign that, and then they're not held to it, then how can you even argue that it's, like, a law? You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing that obligates a nation to sign on to it. And if they don't sign on to it, they can freely violate it. How is that a law? Like, it's not like I can just go speeding in my car, and then when the cop pulls me over, I just be like, yeah, well, see, I didn't sign on to the no speeding regulations statutes, so that doesn't apply to me. No, he's gonna whip my ass, pull me out of the car, and write me a ticket for being an idiot. So, like, how does that work on the international level if people are supposed to treat international law as anything other than fake at that point? Because, like, and the Security Council, that's a big joke too, especially because, like, America is 70% of NATO. And I'd argue Canada's probably the next biggest portion of it. maybe Germany. France and the rest of NATO, they're all jokes. Germany's arguably pretty much a joke too, but they do make really, really good wartime material. They make great tanks, they make great guns. So like they make really good stuff, but I think as a country they're still pretty arguably pathetic in terms of like NATO and their contributions and like, you know, carrying their own weight type of thing. As I understand it, America basically accounts for like 70% of NATO's bankroll and like whatever bullshittery. And I'm pretty sure in terms of like physical size, so therefore arguably available natural resources and all of that, I think America and Canada are the largest nations in NATO. I mean, we could argue, oh, well, Greenland's huge. Yeah, but Greenland's got a population of like 58,000 people and all of it is under ice. So whatever it may have is vastly out of reach. Oh, yeah. Poland, I forgot about Poland. Poland does not count in the weak European nation. Poland is the only European nation that is not only meeting their obligations, they are exceeding their obligations and rapidly advancing development of a modernized military. I see, that's the thing though. I don't think if like an actual situation cooked off, the UK is nothing. They're 2 aircraft carriers, 6 frigates, and 7 destroyers, and like I think it was like 5 submarines. The UK is a joke.
Nice to meet you.
Their military is a shambles. France, same deal. Now, granted, the French produced an absolute chad of a tank in the Leclerc 3, but they don't have the means to field enough of them. So it's awesome that they built a just remarkable tank, but they don't have the ability to produce them at any significant, like, reasonable amount. Oh yeah, no, mad respect to Poland. A common joke in America is that Poland is little European Texas. Yeah. Oh, they put down a pretty penny for their military because, you know, it makes sense. You got Russia right on your front porch. It's like that, and historically, Poland always gets the shaft. Like, they got invaded by the Nazis, and that was horrible. And the Russians were like, we're going to come liberate you. And they were like, yes, thank you. And then Russia just didn't leave. And they were like, what the fuck, dude? Then they had to deal with that bullshit for even longer. Yeah, and they are next to Belarus too. Yeah, they got asshole neighbors fucking in 2 directions. Like, but I do love the shit that Poland does. Like, when Russia starts like moving its stuff around and it even vaguely gets close to Poland's border, Poland's just like, all right, roll it all out. And they just like roll their stuff out and sit along the border. Like, if you even think about doing some shit. That's cool. That's cool. My grandparents were Greek, and during that time, the island was under Nazi occupation. Granted, Nazi occupation basically consisted of like 5 German officers who like pretty much just hung out on the island and like partied with people. Because like my grandparents came from a small island in Greece, so it wasn't like anything of strategic value. So other than like the smallest contingent to basically hang out there and operate a radio, there was little to no Nazi presence. So occupation wasn't really like any kind of discomfort for anyone, because it was literally just like a radio detachment that was stationed there pretty much to just, you know, keep their eyes on the water and keep a lookout, like, hey, there's suddenly a large allied fleet near here kind of thing. So like the Nazis kind of just minded their own business and were more or less friendly from what like my grandparents told me. Now the Nazis in mainland Greece, totally not cool. All kinds of like aggression and fighting. Although it is funny, if I remember right, Hitler said that like the Greek people were the only nation that he fought that he deemed as being worth like any merit, because he basically steamrolled everybody else up until then. So he had some like weird respect for the Greek people because they just like refused to give up. Oh, my dad's family, we've been in America since before it was America. Like my great, I don't know how many great would be tacked onto that, but whatever descendant down the line. Wait, descendant is down. What's up the line? Ancestor. Great, whatever the hell grandfather was a part of the revolution, member of Continental Congress. I think my family came over here in like the 1600s or something. I looked it all up at some point. Super funny. Going that far back, my family was actually married into the Clinton family, like literally that far back, like 1600, 1600. I thought that was super funny because like the Clintons are evil monsters. What? Whoa, Nightbot. There wasn't a link in. I didn't see. I thought I turned off the link restricting thing. Where is Nightbot from? What is show? Why are you? What even is Nightbot? Nothing in that was a link. My God, Nightbot, did you just punish a person because they used punctuation? Oh, absolutely not. Hold on. That's ridiculous. Unmod Nightbot. Okay. Well, hopefully that won't ever happen again. That's kind of ridiculous. Florida and SoCal, that's cool. I kind of have family all over the state. But I mean, it's kind of a given, being that like my family's been here as long as the country and whatever have you. So lots of extended family. It's super funny. If you like actually look up my name, finding me particularly so fucking hard. And it greatly amuses me. Like you can punch in my name and most of the top results are like African American people and stuff. I was like, yeah, I don't know, just I got a big, deep-rooted American family. They fought in the Revolutionary War. They fought as, what the fuck was the North called? The Union. They were Union soldiers. long and short, I've had family members basically in every conflict this country has ever found itself in up until like OIF. I don't think I had any family members that went OIF.
Nice to meet you. I'm Perk60 Wolf.
But
Don't
other than
forget
that,
to follow.
been at least one of us mixed up in something all the way through. That's super cool. Your guys' provinces I find to be really like interesting. Because like they're kind of like, I feel like to some extent they're like kind of dramatically different from one to the next. And like, you know, like people I guess could make the argument like, well, yeah, so are states, but like yes and no. Like states are a little bit different. You'll have some minor regional differences, but I feel like your guys' provinces are kind of from province to province seems like they're more distinct than like America in terms of state to state. Now, I mean, I guess if you like jump several states, you know what I mean? You play the full game of telephone, like California to Arizona, not a big difference. They touch border to border. But if you go California to Arizona, not a lot of difference. Then Arizona to New Mexico, not a lot of difference between Arizona and New Mexico, but more differences between California and New Mexico. And if you go from New Mexico to Texas, it kind of just compounds little by little as you go each step of the way. I don't know. I don't know why I feel like your guys' provinces tend to be much more distinctly themselves than like American states. Oh, well, yeah, that kind of tends to be the standard because liberals can't survive on their own. Quebec is that special family member. I find that whole idea funny that like that the city thinks it would ever survive without like the rural thinking being they're more educated. They're so very much more educated. They know that they can get their food at the grocery store, so there's no need for people living rural lives or running farms. Meat comes from the grocery store. Everybody knows that. Dang, we weigh 3 tons now. You know, big little boy. Only like a juvenile, but he's formidable now. And a hungry bitch. Jesus, we just ate. I gotta go find him more food. I don't know. I used to live in SoCal. I've lived in big cities. I find the well-educated tend to not often be very intelligent. Like some of them are. Some of them are genuinely intelligent, but I find a lot of the people who tout their high level of education tend to be dense as an oak board. Yeah, your guys' provinces are like big. They big. Big. Like your provinces are like, you know, fill a country full of multiple Texases. Because arguably Texas used to be its own country. I figure some of your provinces probably were at one point or another too. Or maybe not their own country, but you know, like their own colony of a individual country. Is Germany really big? See, I find being an American, I have a really whacked skew for like the sizes of things. Because like most of the things that I think of as like state are arguably as big or bigger than a lot of countries. And yeah, I don't know. Germany's not really that big. It's a little bit smaller than the state of Montana. It's about half the size of Texas. Oh, I guess if it was an American state, it would be the 5th largest state. Okay, it's fairly decent size. I guess I just don't generally think of Montana as being a very big state. I mean, yeah, I expected it to be smaller than that. Hey now, Texas. All right, the rest of them may be small, but Texas and Alaska are chunky boys. Jesus. You just gotta drive faster, Hab. That's all. With the way I drive, I could cross the United States in like 37 hours. See, I do about the same number, but in miles per hour. But that's because usually when you're going like between state to state, you find a lot of just empty, like nothingness. I don't know, man. I just can't do the empty nothingness. Like when I had to go out to Texas, yeah, the like average speed was like 110, 120. And then the long straightaway on the 10 freeway through the proving grounds, they're doing, I don't know, 160, 180. Because I know going through the proving grounds, the cops aren't sitting on the freeways. They're sitting on like frontage roads off the sides of the freeway. So if you blow past them at a high enough rate, they don't have, their cars don't have the power to actually catch up. What kind of bike? Was it what is it? Kawasaki KPZ 1000, I think it is. The model that predated the Ninja. Because I have one of those in my yard. They're beasts. Hurricane 1100. Nice. Nice. That's cool. That's cool. I've got an old 80s KPZ 1000, I think it is. They only made it for like, no, that's not right. That's from like the 70s. What predated the Ninja? It was the GPZ. But I don't think I have the 900. I think what I have out there is a 1000. Yeah, I never did a lot of motorcycles on the road. I'm too much of a go fast. And yeah, the one I've got out in the yard is a GPZ 1000 RX. I think something like that. When it came out, it won Bike of the Year, and part of their torture test was they tortured the piss out of that motor. It survived a 24-hour non-stop, full, wide open, 180 mile an hour just crank, just engine full tilt for 24 hours straight without failure. So it's apparently an extremely reliable engine design. My pop bought it at an auction because he used to have one when he was a kid. But he passed before we got it, whatever, went through it. So now I get to go through it. That'll be a good time. And then I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, because I don't really think me having a motorcycle on the street is a good idea. I do stupid enough reckless shit in my cars. I'll only be worse on a motorcycle. So I don't know if I want to put it back together as a motorcycle, or if I want to make it run and then, like, you know, just totally project it out and pull the motor and stuff out of it. And I got a few electric golf carts hanging around and an old one of them Honda 3-wheelers. I think between the motor and some ingenuity, I could, but between the three of them, I think I could muster together a gas-powered golf cart out of the electric ones. 'Cause I don't like the electric ones. They're a pain. The batteries are always fucking going to crap. The only bikes I can really ride on the street is like Harleys, because they're just so dog. And yeah, them 3-wheelers are wildly dangerous. When I was growing up dirt biking, my best friend, his dad, like, loved them. And he loved them up until the day he went around a corner weird and it threw him down into a rock quarry, and he broke his collarbone and damaged his brain and was like blacking out for months and all kinds of problems. Yeah, Harleys are, I don't know, they're okay. I used to ride a Springer Softail around, just just for, I don't know, we had it and I could. And I've got some old like mashup Harley in the garage that needs quite a bit, but there's probably got enough there to be revivable. I honestly find most people that ride Harley, they kind of, I don't know, they're very unique in their styling. Their motorcycles have kind of mostly moved away from the styles that Harley still embodies. And you know, that whatever. Opinions shift, markets change. They'll upswing again though. They always do. I need to pick a mutation. Why are there so many all of a sudden? Oh God, right? Fucking Harley rattle itself apart sitting at a stoplight. The one I got in the garage, it's a mashup of like old Harley parts back when you could, you know, interchange all kinds of stuff. And
Nice
it's
to
one
meet
of
you.
the
I'm
problem
Perk60
ones where
Wolf.
the
Don't
front
forget to
pipe
follow.
mount always breaks and the ears are broken off and
Incoming ad break.
just, but what are you gonna do, right? What are you gonna do? Oh man. Man. What is it that women say? What's the price you pay for beauty or something like that? Total copium, but funny. Yeah, I believe that. They definitely vibrate and vibrate themselves apart. I think a big part of the Harley culture also is like the fact that they are big and heavy and don't generally have a lot of power. So when like people build them up to actually be fast, it's kind of more impressive just because they're like such a big dog. Oh. Yeah, I agree. Most of the Ducatis are not very good looking bikes. So a few of them are, but quite a few of them are not. Yeah, all of my family were like big motorcycle riders, things of that nature, dirt bikes, kind of just all of it. That's cool. Yeah, when I worked for the auction company, we did a auction for some old timer who moved to live with his daughter. So he kind of just had us come in and like auction the stuff that was at his house. And he had something like 40 different motorcycles of like all ages, all kinds of cool old stuff. That's where I got the pre-Ninja. And he had a, what was it, a red Cadillac Eldorado. Somehow I ended up with that too. Nobody wanted to buy it at the auction, and it went through like multiple auctions. And then finally one time around, it was just threw like $300 at it. I was tired of having to like re-clean it for auctions. That's cool. I don't know. I've never really been a big vet fan. Like I mean, I respect them for what they are. They just, I don't know, never really spoke to me, I guess. I drove a couple of them working at the auction company. They're just uncomfortable. I don't know. Camaros are nice. I drove Firebirds, but they're the same thing. My first car was actually a 4th gen Firebird, I think. Oh yeah, those are horrible. Horrible. I had a 91. The Mustangs, they're okay. My sister was the classic Mustang person in the family. I was more like my pop. I'm more a fan of like the old Pontiacs and stuff. When I was a kid, he had a 70 GTO. And somewhere along the line, well, he sold it so we could, like, when I was real little, so we could move to a better neighborhood and whatever. Then somewhere along the lines, I came into possession of a 72 Pontiac Le Mans convertible. It's very rough, but I'll get it back together at some point. I used to like dog walk all the other people in Southern California with muscle cars because they all just had, like, you know, your normal run of the mill stuff, the SS Chevelles, blah blah, small block 350s and stuff like that. And I had a fucking, the Le Mans had the Pontiac 400 in it, so I had a big block V8. Even when it was blown up, it would still dog walk the small block 350s. No, mine would dog walk people with just the sloppy old turbo 400 fucking on the tree. No frills, no none of the good stuff. Just no replacement for displacement. It might have had the Posse track. Because it was the 72, and the 72 was the year, at least for the Le Mans, was the year that Pontiac introduced their better suspension system. I forget exactly what it was called. But it was like a whole whatever. I remember reading like an article about it, like from an old magazine. They had a term for it. God, what was it? Something track? Was it wide track? I don't think it was wide track. Yeah, I think it was like the wide track or something. It was supposed to be like more sporty suspension than the earlier GTOs and Le Manses had available. I don't know if it was Posse though. But yeah, you just really can't match something like a small block Chevy 350 against the big block like the 400. Especially because you don't ever really know how much power that Pontiac 400 had. You know what I mean? Back then, that's back when Pontiac was often fudging the numbers on how much horsepower they were making in order to skirt like safety regulations and stuff like that. Well, yeah, even with one of the pistons shattered in half and both trailing arms broken, so like when you got on it, the ass of the car would lift up and like shift over like a foot. Even with that much slop eating up horsepower, it would still walk the Chevy 350s every time. Because mine doesn't have the original 72 motor in it. It's got an older 68. Which is definitely when they were fudging numbers and racing judges that had technically shouldn't have even been allowed in the racing categories, but because they fudged some numbers and managed to get just enough of them sold to the private market, they then qualified to be raceable. Good times. Good time. Right?
Feel free to chat, this stream engages with viewers.
back when engines were capable of making enough power that you could fuck up and jab it a little too hard and just detonate things further down the drivetrain line. Twist up drive shaft, detonate U-joint. Snap the clips right off an axle and spit the shaft into the lane next to you. Good time. Good times all around. I had one car, man. It just, nothing for the life of me could keep the drive shafts in that thing from just coming apart. I remember there was one time, man, for like a month or two, basically once a week, I was just detonating the axle shaft. Like 1 week, boom, there goes the right. Got to get my car towed home. Get all the stuff, replace it all, drive to work, go to come home from work, boom, there goes the left side. Get my car towed home again. Get all the parts, fix it again. It hadn't even been a month and boom, out goes the brand new right side again. Oh man. And it just, for like a month or two, bro, it was just like pop, 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 just popping brand new axles like they were made of fucking glass. So annoying. Luckily, after replacing the right and the left the first time, all subsequent ones were covered under parts failure warranty of a brand new part, but it still sucked having to do the work and paying to get my car towed home. And that was the beginning of my growing dislike for Chinese manufacturing and the way that they've like trickled their garbage into like every market imaginable. But I absolutely hate like trash quality part. My Ford Ranger 1450 race truck's another one that's subject to just a horrible parts quality. Like I've replaced the ignition relay in it probably a dozen times in 5 years. And like the new relays, they're just horrible. They're just horrible. No, they just weren't up to the task. The ones that were in there at first, they held on a long time. Granted, that car was all like, it had had things done to it that it had no business having done to it without like beefing up further down the line. Oh, that's weird. I don't even see anything. I don't see it. I don't see any. It doesn't say it got held up for any reason on Twitch's end. That's strange. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because I unmodded Nightbot after it like reprimanded you for sending links because you used punctuation like a normal person. Okay, I see it. Something about drifting. Drifting's kind of cool. I can't hate on it. I mean, I kind of dislike that, you know, a lot of the cars kind of end up just beat and broken and brutalized like that. That's a little uncool. But, like, I mean, I get it. But, you know, some of them drift cars are getting rarer and rarer, and then, like, just to see people just, like, banging them off concrete barricades and stuff, it hurts the soul. Oh. Is it a banned word? To be fair, I have my mod bot dialed down significantly, but there are several of them, so sometimes they kind of derp up. Wait a minute, how'd I end up back? Oh, I fell back in the pen. Son of. Oof. Oh. Oh. There's actually a guy a few miles up the highway from me in town who's got, I think it's a 70 or 71 Challenger. Just beautiful, original, like forest green. Just a gorgeous car. I'm out of stamina again. I'm so big. Oh, what do they call it? What did Dodge call it? They had a word for it. Plum crazy purple is like the Plymouth Barracuda purple color. That's cool. My high school had an auto shop. I never took the class, but it had one. But I just grew up in a car family. When I was a kid, my stepdad restored a 1970 GTO and a 69 Harley Panhead. So we were I kind of just came from a bit of a gearhead family. Like when I was 17, I had a 72 Pontiac Le Mans that I had blown up and pulled the motor out of it and gotten it all redone and whatever. Then I moved at a really inopportune time, so I had to leave the car and the motor behind for a while I, you know, got everything set up after the move. And by the time I got back down there to get the car and the motor from my sister had just left the freshly remachined block just out in her yard. I get down there, the pistons are just full of rainwater and rust. But I got it all brought up here. And then my pop's health started like making a downward turn, and then it was a few years of juggling that, so the car's just kind of been sitting around. I gotta go through and strip the block back down and at least go through with one of those little spring ball cones to clean it up a little bit. I don't want to do too much because it's already like 30 over. I don't want to have to step up the piston again or do the oversized ring thing, so I'm kind of in a bit of a bind. I'm hoping that I can get the walls clean without taking much off. Yeah, my pops was handy that way. Basically, for anything though, we pretty much always done all of our own work, except for, you know, a few things here and there, like it's best to let an electrician do a power drop, you know, certain things like that. But for the average stuff, I do all of it. Like, I built the deck that's outside. I basically redid the entire air conditioning system, totally removed its original charge, recharged it with EPA acceptable refrigerant. Whatever. I do my electrical stuff.
Nice to meet you.
I do the breakers.
I'm
I do all of it. I
Don't
just, you
forget to
know,
follow.
I can do it. I might as well do it. It's surprising how much simpler things are than we generally think of them as being, and you don't really realize it till you actually just, like, grit your teeth and dig into it. And you're just like, oh, wow, this is ridiculously easy. I pay a person how much to do this?
Incoming ad break.
Up to 3.5 tons in weight. That's pretty good. These Rexes take a long time to mature. Dang. Dang, it's almost 5:30 in the morning. I think it's only half grown. Little over half grown. That was wild. That is wild. Where's one more like boar or something? But I think I'm gonna call it here, Hab. It is 5:30 in the morning, and I've been at this a hot minute. I was hoping to get this dinosaur grown though, and it just is not gonna happen tonight. This will have to be a later today thing. But I want to thank you for stopping in. It was awesome chatting with you, man. Always have awesome conversations with you, Hab. All right, let's see here. Today was a busy day. There's gonna be a lot to shout out. Oh man. All right, let's see here. What do we got? Ellen Santo, Crew on Top, Bryle, Willer, Gow, Bice, Topol, Eland, Sin, Alpha Alpha, Vespera, Maz, Miko, and Vincentos. Thank all of you so very much for the follow. I appreciate you guys. It really does help. And I just cannot express how appreciative I am for the support and the help in little by little growing these channels and doing an amusing good time. Couldn't do it without you guys. Hopefully I catch y'all in the future sometime. Hopefully we have some cool conversations. And I hope you all have a wonderful day today. And on that note, I bid you adieu. And as always, stay feral, fam.